First of all, give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, chief Eleazar, to the chief men, brothers and sisters, mother in Israel, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Another holy Sabbath day. And before I go into my chapter, I want to go into the word when the Most High speaks about the ordinances. The Most High speaks about the nation of Israel following after the ordinances of the heathens, following after the ways of the heathens, following after their customs and their traditions, following after the ways of these people that we live amongst. See, because one thing we need to realize and understand that God, the Creator, the Most High, already set the standards. The standard of righteousness is already set. Now, whether you look at certain things the way you want to look at it, this person over here look at it the way they look at it, this one looks at it the way they want to look at it. Everybody has their own views. Everybody has their own views. But guess what? That does not make it right. God already set the standards of righteousness. All right? And the standards of righteousness is already written in that book, in the Old Testament. That's the standard of righteousness. Whether you want to believe it or not, whether you want to accept it or not, the standard of righteousness is already set. And for God to accept us in a way that he didn't ordain, that's not going to happen. He's not going to accept us in no other way but the way that he showed us that he wants us to live, the way, the things that God showed us, we got to follow that in order to be accepted of him. Just like in Exodus 20, he said, love the Lord thy God and what? And keep his commandments. Love the Lord thy God and keep his commandments. Don't you see the similarities and the connection between that? If you love God, you will keep his laws. You will accept what he said and do what God says. And that goes with parents and children. That goes with husband and wife. Okay? Because one thing we got to learn, one thing, love is an action. Love is shown. Love is shown. Not looking at me telling, oh, I love you, son. No, you haven't shown me that you love me. And how do you show God that you love God? By respecting his laws. How do the children show their parents that they love their parents? By honoring and respecting them. How do the wife show her husband that she loves him? By doing the commandment of God, the first commandment of God, what God gave Eve. You know what that commandment is? Allow your husband to rule. And one thing we need to realize is that when a man is ruling, if you're going to rule and you're the head of a household, then guess what? The man's going to be footing everything because he's the head. He's not going to leave that burden on his wife to straight. No, that's my burden. That's my burden. That's my field. I'm going to make sure I provide. I'm going to make sure I shield and protect, provide, supply, provide, all that. That's my duty as a man. So everybody has their place. Everybody has their place. Look, even God got his place. You don't see what the Most High told the people, told the nation? He said, listen, he said, I'm gonna return to my place until you acknowledge your offense with God. When you don't acknowledge that you are wrong and you can't acknowledge that you're wrong, then now you still want to be wrong and strong? Now I gotta separate myself. Now I have to separate myself because you're not accepting your faults. You're not accepting the fact that what you did was wrong. So now, okay, so now I'm gonna let before I go into my chapter, I'm gonna read a few verses here. I'm going to Leviticus 19, but not yet. Okay? I'm in Leviticus 18. It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord thy God. After the doings of the land of Egypt wherein ye dwelt shall ye not do. Why was it specific on Egypt? Why? Because that's where we came from. We grew up there. We was raised there. And when we left there with the mentality of Egyptians. We left there with the mentality of Egyptians. Okay? So when we left there with that type of mentality, see, in order to do these laws, commandments and statutes, it takes a certain mentality to do these laws. It takes a certain mindset to do these laws. Because if you don't have the mindset and the mentality to do the laws, then you're going to pick and choose. You're going to pick and choose what law you accept from what law you don't accept. You're going to pick and choose from what I should be doing and what I shouldn't be doing. You're going to pick and choose. Oh, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with the other. But guess what? God agreed with it, and that's what counts. That's what we need to realize, man. God agrees with it. So if God agrees with it, then you got to train yourself to agree with it. You have to train yourself to agree with it. Of course, you run into people with different mindsets to where certain things, they don't agree with it. But this is a training. You got to train yourself to agree with everything in this book. You know why? Because when we don't train ourselves to agree with everything that we read in that book, then what develops after? Forward thoughts. Forward thoughts develops after. You know what forward thoughts is? A forward thoughts are thoughts that are against God's thoughts. I'm not trying to force nothing on you, sir. I'm not trying to force nothing on you, ma'am. All I'm reiterating is the ways of God. All I'm reiterating is the laws and the commandments and the statutes of God. That's it. And what God said, whether they hear or whether they forbear, whether they accept it or not, he said, go on out there and tell and reveal the children of Israel, show the children of Israel their sins. You know what that mean, man? You know what that mean? Ain't no curves. There's no curve in the law. And people hear the law, and guess what? And guess how they get? They get offensive. You know what's the next thing? They look at the teacher and say, oh, he's talking about me. Well, maybe God wants you to think that way so that you can take it and use it for medicine and get better. This is the law is a two-edged sword, my father will always say. Right? And they cut every which way. They even cut the speaker. You know why? Because the speaker ain't perfect neither. The speaker ain't perfect neither. He's just standing on dangerous grounds, more so than you. than the student. You know why? Because you up there reiterating holy and righteous things and not following it. He said, you better all sitting down and not saying nothing. That's what the leader, that's what the head said. So we have to change our mindset in order to accept everything that God says. If we don't change our mindset, we're gonna pick and choose with God's laws. We're gonna pick and choose with his commandments and statutes. Okay? Now the word Kema Asayim goes into their traditions. Okay? What are the traditions? Traditions is an inherited pattern of thought. An inherited pattern of thought is passed down from parents. You train your child how to think, how to move by what you teach him. I was taught how to think and how to move by what my father and my mother taught me. So now, because of this inherited pattern of thought, right? Now, the traditions in this inherited pattern of thought came from somewhere. Started somewhere. Came from somewhere. My inherited pattern of thought came from the book. I wasn't taught Christmas and Thanksgiving and Halloween and all these pagan holidays that these people want to follow, and they say it's just fun. Well, the children got to have a little fun, because if they don't have fun, then they're not, well, I guess it wasn't meant for them. I guess it wasn't meant for them to be here. You know why? Because these laws calls for restrictions. We can't lighten up. God ain't lighting up on us in the wilderness. God ran us through a rough terrain. The wilderness wasn't nothing to play with. He ran us through that wilderness to test our grounds, to test our faith, to test our trust. Which means what? The same procedure. The same procedure that God took on to prove the nation of Israel is the same procedure that we take on to prove ourselves, to prove your son or your daughter. That's the same procedure that God is doing now. Okay? So now, I went into traditions, right? It also goes into social events or social occasions. An occasion is a special event, ceremony, or celebration. Okay? Now, the holiday, this pagan holiday, which is called Christmas, right? It's pagan. It's a day that is not to be observed if you're claiming the heritage of Israel, okay? And now I'm going to get into it now, right? Christmas tree or Yule log have tremendous meaning, right? But not a Christian meaning. The Yule log represented the dead, Nimrod. Remember what I told you about the Yule log was a wood strip of all its branches, and they called that the Yule log. Okay, the Yule log was stripped of his branches. It also represented a phallic symbol because Nimrod was cut into pieces. They found all his body parts except for his private part. Okay, now. Human ruler of ancient Babylon, right? Ancient Babylon, who was eventually deified as the Son, incarnated and hence a God. He was incarnated into the Son, Nimrod. and they look at him as the sun god. Okay? Now, the Christmas tree is the mythical Tammuz, right? The slain god come to life again. Nimrod died, he was reincarnated, and he came back with the godchild, Tammuz. And we read about that in the book. Okay? Now, after Nimrod's death, his so-called mother / wife, Nimrod's father is Cush. Cush married Semiramis. When Cush died, Nimrod went into his wife and had a child. That's the whole JC story. Okay? And the child name was Tammuz, right? Now, Nimrod's death, his so-called Semiramis propagated the evil doctrine of the survival of Nimrod as a spirit being. She claims a full-grown ever tree sprang overnight from a dead tree stump, which symbolized the springing forth unto new life of the dead, Nimrod. On each anniversary of his birth, she claimed Nimrod would visit the evergreen tree, leave gifts upon it. December 25th was the birthday of Nimrod. This is the real origin of Xmas. That's right. That's where the gifts came from. Nimrod was a founder of the great false religious system that begun in ancient Babylon that always opposed the truth of God. December 25th was highly honored, recognized by Nimrod's supporters. Many centuries later, this pagan custom was Christianized as being the birthday of Christ. Okay?
It's actual facts.
It's actual facts. Now, it was shortly after the flood, right? It was shortly after the flood. Why did God flood the earth? Why did God have to flood the earth? Because angels, evil angels, came down, went into the daughters of men and had giants. They wasn't dying. Evil and wickedness was increasing, and the only way, look, if I'm half angel and half human, I ain't gonna die neither. I'm gonna be living and living and living and living and living. So God had to kill him, kill everything. He flooded the earth. The only people that was saved was Noah and his 3 sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. The earth was populated all over again by those 3 sons. Shem stayed in Asia. Jerusalem is in Asia. Iran, Iraq, all those places in the Middle East is in Asia. Life did not begin in Africa. It wasn't until after the flood when Ham migrated into Africa and started to populate Africa. Okay? And all those, that's right. Japheth migrated into Europe. Okay? So, now, what is that? Okay. It was shortly after the flood when a very evil pagan named Nimrod decided to create false pagan sun god religion in which he worshipped himself and went about to erect the Tower of Babel. We all know what happened to that tower, right? The Most High confused everybody, confused their language. That was the beginning of different languages coming up. So after he confused their language, dudes speaking one language, this guy speaking one language, he's speaking one, everybody speaking different languages. I can't understand you and you can't understand me. Therefore, this building cannot be built. So they all left. There's no interpreter.
No interpreter.
Exactly. So we all left. They all left, right? However, Nimrod's wife decided to continue the pagan religion by saying her dead husband had ascended to the sky and became the sun. Okay? So when people look at you and when people say, well, why can't the sun be God? What is leaning you towards looking at the sun as God? Now I have to dig into myself to find out where are these thoughts coming from. Because if you believe God and you believe what you read, you will see and understand that the sun is not God, because before there was a sun, there was darkness. Before there was a sun, there was darkness. Okay? And this darkness, the darkness was proved. It was a scientific fact. And it was found in the lab that there was dark matter found. See, God leaves certain facts and certain things around so that it can substantiate what you read here in the book, to prove your belief and make you and allow you to believe this. We weaken our beliefs. We weaken our own beliefs. And we can strengthen our own beliefs. Right. We do it to ourselves. I don't do it to you and you don't do it to me. I did it to myself. All right? Now, he said, but did you know, according to ancient history, that Shem, the son of Noah, captured Nimrod, hacked Nimrod's body into many pieces? Well, we can't substantiate that. We can't substantiate that. He said, however, decided to continue. Right, that's why I'm claiming Nimrod had impregnated her. Okay, good. He said, when Semiramis had a child, she claimed Nimrod had impregnated her as the rays of the sun had fallen upon her womb.
Sounds familiar.
Right.
This whole story sounds very
okay. Familiar. The sun god child was named Tammuz. Every December 25th, Semiramis convinced people across the earth to worship Nimrod, the sun god, on this pagan feast. The Egyptians called Nimrod Ra, R-A, which is Amun Ra. Amin Ra. And this is one of the reasons why we don't say Amen. We don't say Amen. Because it's the name of an Egyptian deity. You say you will find identical statues of the unholy trinity. Sometimes grown Tammuz fighting a bull, sometimes Nimrod, which the pagan Catholics claim is in Rome, right? What else are we going to? That's it. That. God came from Nimrod's father. Went into that already. Okay. Where's that paper? Now, Christmas and, okay. Now, there was two symbols that were not, that were not of Israel. All right? We didn't deal with symbols. We didn't deal with symbols. We didn't deal with emblems. We didn't deal with none of that, right? The 5-point star and the 6-point stars are demonic symbols. The 5-point star in witchcraft symbolizes today black and white magic. So when you see me hustling and bustling, yo, what is this 6-point star or a 5-point star on this? They got to go out the house. That's why certain things you see certain people rush and say, oh, this got to go out the house. Or this can't come into this house. Because these are dedicated things. These are dedicated things that will bring curses upon your own house. These are dedicated things that will cause you to sway off from God. So we got to get rid of these things. And God moved you to say, get those Yeezys out of here. Because I ain't never think about it until he said it. I said, wait a minute. I said, let me check it and look. I said, man. I said, Israelites is wearing these things like we always quick to run into the fashions of the heathens. Yeezys represents Jesus Christ. I don't never want to see a pair of Yeezys in here or in my house. Get that out. And that's one of the reasons why God never moved you to go get a pair. It must be a reason why God moved me to get that. Now I have to go deeper into my own self. Why? Ask yourself, why did God move me to buy Jesus Christ sneakers? Why am I buying Yeezys? Why did God move me to buy Yeezys? And how long has it been out? And we don't own a pair. And God ain't moved you to buy a pair, but he moved you. So we got to consider certain things and watch ourselves. What am I doing in my life that's causing me to turn that way or to turn in that way, in that manner? A pentagram in witchcraft symbolizes today as black magic and white magic. The pentagram with 1 point up. When you take that 6-point star and flip it, that's the head of the goat. That's the goat of Mendel. That's the devil himself. And this guy got different parts. You got the head goat, he's the cash feet, or he's a demon. Right? That's what the 6-point star represents. Right? They use to make cakes to use in their communion. They are made into the shape of a crescent. What you call it? Communion. First communion. I've always mentioned, man, first communion cakes, the real original first communion cake had a hard cross on it. And why you think, and where the cross, what is it? Icing. Why you think Chico said, man, I don't want no ice, I ain't messing with that, man. Because we didn't make cakes like that. That wasn't our tradition and our custom. When we read about cakes being baked in the book, it was something like bakes, honey, sweetened, you know what I mean? And then you bake it, and they call that cakes. He said, make me some cakes. They didn't add a whole bunch of derivatives, put icing on it, and they didn't eat that. They didn't eat that. Because when you look at these cakes, sometimes, and not sometimes, it's symbolic.
It is.
Why you think the birthday cakes is round? Because the birthday cakes that's round symbolizes what? The moon. Symbolizes the moon. And this is it's a history with this birthday. That's why we don't celebrate birthdays. But people don't go into history. They go into their own emotions and say, oh, ain't nothing wrong with me celebrating. It's a day that I got. Show me in the book where any of these men acknowledge the day of their birth. Nowhere in the book. Okay? He said the crescent, which is the symbol of the moon goddess. These cakes are made of salt, honey, wine, meal, oil, in some cases blood. Right? They are eaten in honor of the Egyptian god Horus, otherwise known as JC. Why I said JC? Because of Egyptians, Assyrians, all these nations had a 3-in-1. And it all go back to Nimrod. Right? In ancient witchcraft, the cakes were round with a cross drawn on them that represented the first letter of the name of the ancient deity, ancient dead, a risen pagan messiah, Tammuz, who was a Babylonian god who the Israelites were worshiping during the 70-year captivity. Tammuz, who was incarnation of the sun god and the sun, the moon goddess, the queen of heaven, right? Even the Israelites, when they turned from the worship of the creator, made these same cakes that honored the pagan god, the queen of heaven. And we have a history of turning away from God to worship idols and deities, following after their ways. We already have a pace. Look, our pace setter today. And why I could speak this so hard and so vehemently, because I seen the height of his righteousness. We've seen the height of the man's righteousness and what he did to get there. So that tells me, wait a minute, that's the path. That's the right path to follow. Look, the diet, how he dressed, what? His ways.
Like open his mouth and talk law.
Talk law.
Talk about nothing else.
Yeah.
That was,
24/7.
and I seen the man at his height. He told me visions that no one else ever saw. Who in the world goes to court and hear a voice in his ear telling him to get up and leave?
And get out.
So apparently, that right there should tell you right there. No, that's the way, whatever that man was doing was correct. And God substantiated it.
Right. Stamp of approval.
Put the stamp of approval on it. And you know what he said? He said, when I was a Christian, nothing ever talked to me. I ain't never got no visions. I ain't never got none of that.
He said he ain't come talk to me.
He ain't come talk to me.
No dreams, no nothing. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. But one thing we need to realize and understand, one thing, he was dedicated to a deity. He was dedicated to a deity, and God saw his dedication, and he said, well, if I open this man's eyes to the true and living God, he will show and emanate that same dedication to me, like Abraham. Abraham was dedicated to the idols. And God didn't appear unto Abraham until Terah died. You know why? I'm going to tell you why God appeared to him after Terah died. Because guess what? When you learn what honor means. Honor means to, what's the word? I don't know how I go. To fulfill the terms of. One of the definitions of honor is to fulfill the terms of, to fulfill the conditions of.
That to which.
Okay? So to fulfill the terms or conditions of is what? One of the terms, that's it too. I'm gonna go into that too. One of the terms and the conditions of my Father is to live according to what he showed me. So when I'm not living according to what my Father showed me, that falls under dishonor. That's right. That to which respect is due. Respectful regard. To treat with respect or courtesy. Or courtesy.
So you gotta respect the terms.
Let's go back to where God said, he said, I regarded Abel. But I didn't regard you, Cain. And what does, when you look up the definition of regard and what it means to look toward. You're not going to want to offend them by living a separate, by living otherwise or a separate lifestyle against that your Father ain't shown you. And that also falls under honor and respect. That's right. It's an offense to him. And that's why the Most High didn't appear to Abraham till after Terah died. So now God appeared to Abraham. He said, get up and leave your family, your descendants, your relatives, your kin. And he only took one man with him, Lot, his nephew. And you know you have Israelites that talk against Lot. They call Lot a bunch of names. One dude called Lot a homo.
What?
Wow. I looked at him. I said, these are people that you can't deal with. I don't want to deal with no one that talk against the men in the book that God chose. His elect and his chosen ones. We're trying to crash the party. See, we gotta realize something, man. God is remnant. Yeah, God is
got it
remnant.
already.
He got his remnant already.
Don't need us.
We not in that remnant. The only way we can get in there, we have to crash the party by following and ordaining our lifestyle according to what God says, according to the way God set it up.
Ain't no remnant over here.
That's it.
Everybody in this world is doomed.
That's it.
The remnant-
There's no remnant here. We're trying to get in.
It's in the prophecy of
We're trying to get in.
That's right.
And God already specified where he's going to gather that remnant from.
Make it clear.
We're trying to crash the party.
That's what this
We ain't crashing the party. Look, in Jeremiah, I forgot where Zechariah showed me. In Jeremiah, I forgot what chapter. Most I said, he said, I will visit the ones that cut off that. I forgot. I don't want to say something wrong, but I'll get into that later. I'm going to find it. He said, these cases are called by the moon, by the Roman Catholic Church, hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. Israelites worshipped and dedicated these cases to Ashtaroth. You know who's Ashtaroth? Ashtaroth, Isis, Semiramis, Rhea, they're all the same. It's just under different names, and each name fall under different nation. A different nation.
Same God.
Right, same God. All ancient heathen worship of the sun god had within this philosophy's phallicism. Okay? Now, phallicism is the veneration and worship of male and female sex organs. You don't see all these commercials where they have Susies and woman sex organs in the stores, and men and women go buy it. Why I can't get a regular woman or woman that God created for me to be my counterpart to just go, and if I feel like cohabitating, I do that with her. Why I gotta look for a doll or toys? Why? Right? The male and female sex organs are symbolized in witchcraft as a point within a circle and also as two triangles uniting to make a hexagram, better known as the Star of David. Nowhere in the book stated that we had a star. Nowhere in the book stated that we had a 6-point star. No one can show me and validate that David ever had a star, a 6-point star. Nowhere. So the truth is, King David of Israel never carried this emblem. That is now the symbol of Israel. This emblem was adopted from witchcraft by some Jewish priests who had explained deep into Babylonian religion during their captivity in Babylon. The hexagram is one of the most evil signs of witchcraft that is commonly worn today by both deceived Jews and some Christians. The circle with a point in the center is another phallic symbol. The cross was a symbol of the sun worshippers. Centuries before Jake was invented of or thought of, Christian cross was originally the mystic tower that Chaldeans used to sacrifice a firstborn child to the sun god. And by our worship, which is witchcraft, it is taught that the God of nature, nature. Again, people worship nature. You got people that want to worship the sun. They want to worship moon, stars, or the clouds. They want to worship everything that they see up in the heaven. Right? He said the Egyptian pyramids to the sun are solid figures on a triangular square. The male and female elements of the sun god were symbolized as two pyramids or triangles. The heathens combined the two forms, which is called the hexagram. It is used in magic to control demons. Right? I'm going to get to the part. The problem of the pagan influences penetrating into the ranks of Israel was because the leaders of Israel allowed pagan customs little by little to creep in among the sacred things of God. We allowed the customs of the people, of the nations, and we wanted to mix it with God's customs. We want to mingle it with God's customs. Our customs and our traditions that we observe is in Leviticus 23. God told us what to observe and what to acknowledge. So if I don't celebrate and acknowledge Hanukkah, that's just me. I didn't sin. Because Hanukkah, which is Chanukah, which means the rededication of the altar. When the altar got destroyed, it was rededicated and made Chanukah. There was nothing else after that. They didn't send up offerings and sacrifices. I didn't take gifts and trade off gifts. These are Americanized Israelites that want to mix the custom of the nations with God's custom. This is why we're doing this. Because we say it ain't fun. Oh, it's not fun. We gotta liven it up. We gotta make it this. No, okay, the mingling of pagan customs is what led Israel to finally abandon the worship of the true God and bow down and worship to images. In the legend of the Tauric goddess Diana, it is said that every stranger who landed on her shore was sacrificed on her altar. Have you ever wondered what the Christmas tree has to do with the birth of Christ? Or the ornaments you place on the tree? Or the meaning of the Yuletide? Or where did the tradition of the mistletoe came from? And how it became a symbol of Xmas? They have nothing to do with JC, but these traditions were observed to honor the birth of a pagan godchild called Tammuz. There is no evidence that the birth of JC was on December 25th, but December 25th was kept thousands of years ago before JC. The sun god, the moon goddess, and her son is the modern day Trinity according to the Babylonian mythology were changed into trees. And this is where it started by bringing the pine tree within your house. I don't want to come into your house and see a pine cone. I don't want to see none of that. Because all that is a connection. Reefs. It's a connection to Xmas. Right? He said Nimrod was represented as the sun god, was symbolized by a big fir tree stripped of all its branches, cut almost to the ground. Those were called groves. The palm tree was a symbol of victory, Zeus and Jupiter, and they believed that his branch was of the mistletoe, which grew on the oak tree, and to be kissed under the mistletoe would ensure fertility. The Yule, in other words, known as the Babylonian god Tammuz. The word Yule is a Chaldean word for infant or little child, and the 25th of December was called by the pagan Anglo-Saxon Yule Day or Child's Day. The Egyptians and the Persians both observed this day as the birthday of their gods. Right. In Germanic mythology, they too had a supreme god to whom they gave sacrifice. These wars were called promised, like people promised their gods whose name was Tiwaz, that if he was giving them victory over their enemy, they would give to their god all the spoils of the battle. What's that part? Okay. This is how it begun, right? The origin of hanging the ornaments on the Christmas tree. Children should be taught that it is a historical fact that placing bulbs, tinsels, and lights on the Xmas tree is pure paganism. This pagan custom got its start from killing enemies and hanging their bodies on the tree. Let's go to Leviticus 10. Hanging their bodies on the tree. Body parts hanging all over the tree, right? It is the devil who changed the original day worship from Saturday to Sunday in honor of the sun god. When you observe Sunday, you are showing your obedience to Rome. You got it?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Leviticus chapter 10.
We're going to go into Leviticus chapter 10.
And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer.
Nadab means to offer willingly. And this is what that to offer willingly. What it means, if we are not doing these laws willingly, then it won't be accepted. It's not going to be accepted by God. You can't be doing these laws because you're being forced. You can't be doing these laws because of whatever situation. You got to be doing this because this is what you want. And that's the only way God is going to accept it. Go ahead, read.
And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer.
Took either of them their censer.
And put fire therein.
Put fire therein.
And put incense thereon.
They put incense thereon.
And offered strange fire before the Lord.
And they offered strange fire before God. Okay? The word for incense is quitoret. And one thing we got to realize is that incense was only burnt during the sacrifice. During the sacrifice. They didn't burn incense on every occasion whenever they felt like it. Look, God killed 250 men because they thought they was what? They want to do the priest work. They want to go up in the priest in the temple and burn incense to God and sacrifice. This is not your place. This ain't your place. Like I said, everybody have a place. God is number one. After God is the man in the house, he leads. Everything else fall behind. Children, wife, everything else fall behind. You got to accept that. There's nothing that got to do with male chauvinist, but God already put in men to lead naturally. No, it ain't nothing. That's what they say. Naturally, we're runners. We lead. Naturally.
Man is superior.
Exactly. That's just the way it is. Woman, you have your place. Children got their place. Be the best in your place. That's what God was trying to say, man. And that's why he killed those 250 princes, because they want to leave and venture off from their place to jump into someone else's place, and that caused chaos. It caused chaos. God ended up killing them, 250 men. Okay, now go ahead.
And
Incense.
And offered strange fire before the Lord,
Strange
which
fire
he commanded
before,
them not.
Which he commanded them not.
Verse 2. And there went out fire from the Lord and devoured them, and they
That
died before the Lord.
That ain't no joke, man. That ain't no joke. Fire from God. Fire from God, from heaven, dropped down and consumed these two guys because they offered up strange fire before God. It was a fire that God didn't accept. It was not a fire. It was an offering that God did not accept. Go ahead, read.
Verse 3. Then Moses said unto
Now,
Aaron,
the word devoured. The Hebrew word for devour is akal, aleph, kaf, lamed. It means to consume, to do away with completely, to destroy. Killed them on the spot immediately, man. Because certain things we got to realize. We got to realize certain things. Certain things ought not to be messed with. Certain things is held in very high regard with God. And when we violate these things, man, there's immediate action. It's immediate action, Tamshi.
Then Moses said unto Aaron, This is it that the Lord spake, saying, I will be sanctified in them that come nigh me.
That's right.
And before all the people, I will be glorified.
He said, I will be sanctified. I will be separate. I will be set apart in them that come near me, that approach. So now, look now. Once you decide to serve God and you come to your, look, man. Once a man decides to serve God and you decide to push up on God, right? Leviticus chapter 10. Leviticus
Verse 3.
chapter 10, verse 3. Once a man had decided, number one, we have to come to terms with ourselves. We have to come to terms with ourselves, what life we're going to live. Are we going to serve God or not? Then after we have decided and come to terms with ourselves that we're going to serve God, that's when the changes begin. And you start doing these laws and doing these laws and doing these laws, God is going to put you in a separate bracket. Now he's looking at you different, and you ain't going to be allowed to do what this guy could do.
You're going to be treated different.
You're going to be treated different. What this guy did over here, you better not try it, because you're not, he's not esteemed in my eyes like you are. You have already sacrificed yourself to serve me. God got a special eye on a person that sacrificed his own soul, his body, himself to serve God.
You said something.
He, look.
Those who sacrifice for his law.
For his laws. Yeah, in the book it states certain things like that. It says something like that. And how God was going to treat or look at this man that sacrificed. Psalms.
His life.
It's in Psalms. It's in Psalms. Hold that point. It's in Psalms. Psalms 50. Psalms 50, and I'm gonna hit that up quick fast. But stay where you at, and it's in Psalms 50, verse. Is it? Yeah, Psalms 50. Okay. He said, out of Zion, the perfection of beauty, God has shined. You know what Zion? Zion is that holy mountain. Zion is that holy mountain. Mount Sinai, Mount Zion, those mountains are holy. Holy mountains, mountains that God ascended and came down on. That the presence of God came down on those mountains. Those mountains today, right now, when you go in the east, it's surrounded with fence and it's heavily guarded. And you can't just go up in that mountain. They're going to either shoot you, stab you, or you ain't getting past them guards. That's right. Because, look, okay? He said, our God shall come and shall not keep silence. A fowler shall devour before him, and it shall be very tempestuous. He shall call to the heaven from above and to the earth, that he may judge his people. He said, gather my saints together unto me. There it is.
Yep.
Gather my saints. Now we're going to see who God called his saints. You want God to look at you as saint? This is what you have to do. And guess what? I saw two men do that. I'm going to mention it. Gather my saints unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. They made an agreement with God, and what the sacrifice was sacrificing their self. I said, I don't wear leather coats because it's the carcass. And he thought he was violating. So he didn't wear leather. He didn't wear no leather shoes. He wore skippies, Converses, and knee-high snow. Time to put on the coat. He had on a thin coat, and he sacrificed himself for the Lord. And when he
He sacrificed
himself for his laws, man.
Skippies in the snow.
Yeah. Sacrifice himself for his law. And then after, see, one thing we got to realize. Before you get it right, you're going to do it wrong.
Bump your head.
You're going to bump your head. You're going to slip. You're going to fall.
To show you.
Okay? Before you get it right, you're going to do it wrong.
That shows your dedication.
That's right. Now, it said, gather my saints. My faith, Kasidai means in my saints, my faithful ones, godlike or the godly. gather my saints together unto me, those that have made a covenant with me by sacrifice. So I want God to look at me as a saint. I got to sacrifice myself for his laws. I got to sacrifice myself for God's law. Tamshi, read it.
Leviticus chapter 10, verse 4. And Moses called Mishael and Elzaphan, the sons of Uzziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said unto them, come near, carry your brethren from before the sanctuary out of the camp. So they went near.
They didn't get unclean. He carried them in their clothes. Carried them in their clothes, took them out of the camp. Because fire came down from heaven, struck them, killed them. Because they started messing around with the offerings and the sacrifices of God, sending up strange fire. Tamshi.
So they went near and carried them in their coats out of the camp, as Moses had said. And Moses said unto Aaron, and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons, uncover not your heads.
Uncover not your heads.
Neither rend your clothes.
Neither rend your clothes.
Lest ye die.
Lest ye die.
So
don't uncover your head and don't rend your clothes. Rend means to rip or to tear. Right? Those were signs of mourning. To rend your clothes or covering your head, those were signs of mourning. So God said, listen, read.
Neither rend your clothes, lest ye die, and lest wrath come upon all the people.
Now, what that tell you? What does that tell you? You can't mourn for everybody. I can't feel sorry for everybody. You know why God said don't mourn for these two guys? Because they violated my offerings. They sent up strange fire. This is what they deserve. Don't cry. If you cry, you're going to bring wrath on everybody, on this whole nation. You better not mourn. And the same God then, the same God now. I can bring wrath on my household, just by my doings. Just by my doings that is against God. Go ahead, read.
And lest wrath come upon all the people. But let your brethren, the whole house of Israel, bewail the burning.
Why he said bewail the burning? The burning alone was holy because it came from God. He said, you want to bewail something? You want to cry for something? Cry for this burning here. Read.
And ye shall not go out from the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, lest ye die. For the anointing oil of the Lord is upon you. And they did according to the word of Moses. And the Lord spake unto Aaron, saying, do not drink wine nor strong drink, thou nor thy sons with thee.
So don't drink wine nor strong drink. Read.
Thou nor thy sons with thee.
Nor thy sons with thee.
When you go into the tabernacle of
when you go into the tabernacle of the congregation. Read.
Lest ye die.
Lest ye die.
It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations. And then you put a difference between holy and unholy.
What verse was?
Verse 10.
He said, put a difference. Put a separation between holy and unholy. When you look up the word for unholy, it's chet lamed. Chet lamed means profane. Put a difference between holy and profane. What is profane? See, in order to get the clearness of these laws, we need dictionaries. All right? Profane means to be common. What it means to be common. Okay? What is the other definition? Relating to the worldly things. Relating to the worldly things.
That's what common is.
That's what being common is. Being like them. Being like the people that we're around. We don't want to be godlike. We don't want to be like unto God. We want to follow everything that we see. Every custom. Every tradition. Every saying. We're like the worldly people. We're just like them. We decide when we don't want to be like them. And we don't want, we pick and choose. Tamshi.
And that you may put a difference between holy and unholy.
Put a difference between holy and unholy.
And between unclean and clean.
Between unclean and clean.
And
when you're putting the difference between unclean and clean, I'm not going to buy fish off of Utica. Avenue in St. John's. Because when I go to buy whitings from over there, it's next to the shrimp. On the other side, you got shark. You got a whole bunch of octopus. You got a whole bunch of unclean things there that God told us to stay away from. So when you're putting the difference between holy and clean and unclean, you don't buy food from there. I don't buy my food from Jamaican restaurants, Chinese restaurants. I don't buy nothing out of these places because they sell swine. Oh, it's only spaghetti and broccoli. I don't care. I don't care. You don't know how they're preparing this food back there. You don't know if they wash their hands after they finish preparing the bacon or the swine. They don't.
It's a waste of time.
That's why I told you before. When I went to the job, the coffee guy come around. I happen not to bring nothing. You want some for coffee? No, because he's going to the unclean deli. So when the guy come, I leave down, go to the Jewish spot and get me a bagel. Toasted. A little Concord grape jelly, and I eat that. Oh, you got to go out. Yes, I do have to go. Can I order it? No, you can't order it.
Why are you so?
Yeah, that's the boss. Oh, you going downstairs? Yes, I am. He want me to stay up there. I'm not staying up there. I'll come up there whenever I could. I'm hungry. I'm going down there.
It bugs him that you are not the
Yeah.
same.
Read.
Verse 11.
Uh-huh.
And that ye may teach the children of Israel
And that you may teach the children of Israel
all the statutes which the Lord has spoken
all
unto
the
them.
statutes that what?
Which the Lord has spoken unto them.
Whether they hear or forbear, whether you accept it or not. But you have to put work in on yourself and train yourself to accept the things that you read here, whether you accept it or not. See, like I said before, we got to learn to train ourselves to accept these things because we're going to start to develop, again, forward thoughts. And forward thoughts will separate you from God. It's going to separate you. Tom Street.
And Moses spake unto Aaron,
Mm-hmm.
and unto Eleazar, and unto Ithamar his sons that were left. Take the meat offering that remained of the offerings of the Lord by fire, and eat it without leaven beside the altar, for it is most holy. And you shall eat it in the holy place, because it is thy due, and thy sons' due, of the sacrifices of the Lord made by fire, for so I am commanded. And the wave breast and the heave shoulder shall ye eat in a clean place, thou and thy sons and thy daughters with thee. For they be thy due, and thy sons' due, which are given out of the sacrifices of peace offerings of the children of Israel. The heave shoulder and the wave breast shall they bring with the offerings made by fire of the fat to wave it for a wave offering before the Lord. And it shall be thine, and thy sons with thee, by a statute forever, as the Lord hath commanded.
People ask, oh, why we killing innocent animals for offerings and sacrifices? Because we
God
sinned.
said.
Because God said.
That's why.
And there's no redemption of sin until blood be shed. So in order to gain favor in God's eyes, one of the ways of gaining favor in God's eyes was a sacrifice. Now, you know, you had orders. You had a sin offering. They didn't send up the peace offering before the sin offering. The sin offering got to go up first. I got to clear myself before God first. What am I doing glorifying? Man, I got to clear myself with God first. I got to acknowledge my sin with God first by sending up that sin offering. Then after the sin offering, I decided to make peace offering go up and pacify the anger of God. Whatever that peace offering is, see, this is something else, man. This is heavy, man. And the priest and the high priest served a great purpose for us in these times. Now, look, we had a high priest today. If we did have a high priest today, he would easily pacify the anger of God with these offerings quick. You don't see sometimes, most of the time when you read certain things where Moses went to Aaron, he said, listen, Aaron knew the concoction to put together to stop the death angel. That censer. It was a concoction, man. It was certain concoction. Whatever he mixed up and burnt,
Stop.
That death angel stopped, and then he gave respect to what Aaron had on. He gave respect to the plate, the holiness to the Lord, the 4 rows.
You know what he represents.
And he know, and that's right, and he represents God.
You know all that represents.
That's right. And he gave respect to those things, which means he had to, in order for me, look, if I don't respect that, then I don't respect God.
Right.
That's like your father tell you to do something, and I go against what you said, but that means I don't have. If I said do it, I say, well, go to. I don't respect my father. And that's the same instance with the angels. Same instance. Go ahead, read.
Verse 16. And Moses diligently sought the goat of the sin offering.
Moses is looking for the sin offering, right, read?
And behold, it was burnt. And he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, which were left alive, saying, wherefore have you not eaten the sin offering in the holy place, seeing it is most holy?
He said, why you ain't eat the sin offering in the holy place, seeing that it was most holy?
And God hath given it to you to bear the
iniquity of the congregation,
to make an atonement
for
before the Lord.
Before the Lord.
Behold, the blood of it was not brought in within the holy place. You should indeed have eaten it in the holy place, as I commanded. And Aaron said unto Moses, behold, this day have they offered their sin offering and their burnt offering before the Lord, and such things have befallen me. And if I had eaten the sin offering today, should it have been accepted in the sight of the Lord? And when Moses...
Go to 1 Samuel 18. Now, Aaron stepped in and spoke some wise words. Because later on, when you read it, it was accepted by Moses. Because the sin offering wasn't brought in the holy place. So Aaron, 1 Samuel chapter 18. So Aaron said the sin offering wasn't brought in the holy place. And if I would have took it and ate it in the holy place, would God have accepted it? Guess what? But they knew. They knew that. They knew that God wasn't going to accept it, so they didn't bother. Right.
Yeah, right now, God's not going to accept this.
Right now, God ain't going to accept this. Go ahead, read. 1 Samuel chapter 18. 1 Samuel chapter 18. Read.
And it came to pass when he had made an end of speaking unto Saul, the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David.
The soul of Jonathan, who was Saul's son, was knit. Was bind together with who?
With the soul of
with David. Read.
And Jonathan loved him as his own soul. And Saul took him that day and would let him go no more home to his father's house.
Saul took who? Took David. Took David. Took him amongst his men. He was part of his soldiers. Took him. Said he ain't going home no more. Kept him to himself. Right, Read.
Then Jonathan and David made a covenant. Because he loved him as his own soul. Jonathan stripped himself of the robe that was upon him, gave it to David, and his garments, even to his sword, and to his bow, and to his girdle. And David went out whithersoever Saul sent him, and behaved himself wisely. And Saul set him over the men of war, and he was accepted in the sight of all the people, and also in the sight of Saul's servants. And it came to pass, as they came, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, that the women came out of all cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet King Saul with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music.
Read.
And the women answered one another as they played and said, Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s.
Saul got angry because they giving David more props than me, and I'm the king. He said, what in the world? Why are they giving this guy, ascribing him 10,000 and only ascribe me thousands? He got angry. Right? Read.
And Saul was very wroth. And the saying displeased him. And he said, they have ascribed unto David 10,000s, and to me they have ascribed but thousands. And what can he have more?
Well, he can have more but the kingdom.
And Saul eyed David from that day forth.
Now, you know what that is? It said, Shaul on et David. On Ayin Kolam Nun means to sin. And Saul sinned. against David from that day forward. Okay? Now, Saul had the evil eye against David. Now, what is the evil eye? How can you determine and understand when a person have an evil eye against you? Okay? When you have an evil in your heart for people that have done you no wrong. That's the evil eye. I didn't do you no wrong. David ain't do Saul no wrong. But he's still looking at him with that evil eye. Some of us today got the evil eye. I look at the person. I'm angry at the person. For no reason. He didn't do me no wrong. He didn't say nothing to offend me, but I'm angry at him. That's the evil eye. He said it came to pass on the morrow that what?
The
that
evil
the evil
spirit
spirit
from
from
God
God came upon
upon
Saul. God put that evil spirit on Saul. So if Saul can have an evil spirit, you don't think I could get it? We can get an evil spirit?
Amen.
If Saul got it, we can get it. And Saul, we can't step in the shoes of Saul, in the shoes of Saul. Saul only messed up twice. In the manner of the witch of Endor, and when God gave him that commandment and told him to kill Agag and everything, don't bring nothing back 2 times. Only twice. Twice. Go ahead, read.
And he prophesied in the midst of the house,
Read.
and David played with his hand, as at other times. And there was a javelin in Saul's hand.
Now, what he played was the harp. That harp was a soothing sound. That harp, when he played that harp, it drove the evil spirit away from Saul. Away from Saul. But that did, read.
And Saul cast the javelin, but he said, I will smite David even to the wall with it. And David avoided out of his presence twice.
Sometimes it will have an effect, sometimes it won't. You play it, it don't have no effect. He still took up the javelin and tried to kill him. So Saul got up out of dodge, read. David got up out of dodge, read.
And Saul was afraid of David, because the Lord was with him and was departed from Saul. Therefore Saul removed him from him and made him his captain over 1,000. And he went out and came in before the people.
He went out and came in before the people, read.
David behaved himself wisely.
David was prudent. He was prudent. Prudent meaning to govern and discipline oneself, showing careful judgment. Now, when you're governing or when you govern, you exert a determining or guiding influence over. That determining, that exerting or determining or guiding influence, that's going to lure people towards you, because you have a guiding influence upon you. You're guiding the people right, correctly. Read.
And the Lord was with him. Wherefore, when Saul saw that he behaved himself wisely, he was afraid of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David, because he went out and came in before them.
Right.
And Saul said to David, Behold, my elder daughter, Merab, her will I give thee to wife. Only be thou valiant for me, and fight the Lord's battles. But Saul said, Let not mine hand be upon him, but let the hand of the Philistines be upon him. And David said unto Saul, Who am I, and what is my life, or my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law to the king? And it came to pass at the time when Merab, Saul's daughter, should have been given to David, that she was given unto Adriel, the Meholatite, to wife. And Michal, Saul's daughter, loved David. And they told Saul, and the thing pleased him. And Saul said, I will give him her, that she may be a snare to him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Wherefore Saul said to David,
he didn't give her him to be his. He said, man, I'm going to give her this girl here. This one here is suited for this. He said, I'm going to give him her, Michal, so she can be a snare to this girl. That was my intention. I want her to be a snare to him. I read.
Wherefore Saul said to David, Thou shalt this day be my son-in-law in the one of the twain. Verse 22. And Saul commanded his servant, saying, Commune with David secretly, and say, Behold, the king had delight in thee, and all his servants loved thee. Now therefore be the king's son-in-law. And Saul's servant spake those words in the ears of David. And David said, Seem it to you a light thing to be the king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man and lightly esteemed?
You see that? David didn't think much about himself. He wasn't on that high horse. He wasn't proud. He didn't have pride in him. So he didn't think, he said, man, I am nobody to be your son-in-law. I don't want, he didn't think much about himself.
He don't like that.
That wasn't no like, right. Some shit.
And the servants of Saul told him, saying, on this manner spake David. And Saul said, thus shall ye say to David, the king desireth not any dowry, but 100 foreskins of the Philistines.
100 foreskins of the Philistines. Right?
To be avenged of the king's enemies.
You know what that is? He got to go out amongst the Philistines, kill them, because they ain't going to let you circumcise them. You got to kill them or knock them out. You got to kill them, period. Ain't no knock them out. Kill them, circumcise them, put the foreskin in it. 100 foreskins. That was the dowry that David had to go get. So he had to go amongst the ranks of the Philistines by himself, kill 100 men, circumcise them, and bring it back to Saul. I read.
And when his servants told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law, and the days were not expired. Wherefore David arose and he went, he and his men, and slew of the Philistines 200 men.
200
David
men.
brought their foreskins. They gave it in full tale to the king, that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him Michal, his daughter, to wife.
Go to Psalms 101. Saul saw and knew that the Lord was with David, and that Michal, Saul's daughter, loved him. And Saul was yet the more afraid of David, and Saul became David's enemy continually. Then the princes of the Philistines went forth, and it came to pass after they went forth that David behaved himself more wisely than all the servants of Saul, so that his name was much set by. Go to Psalms 101.
Psalms chapter 101. I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing.
I will sing of mercy and judgment unto thee, O Lord, will I sing. I
will behave myself wisely in a perfect way.
My skill. He said, I will behave myself wisely, right? I will succeed. I will be wise. I will prosper, right? In a perfect way.
Oh, when wilt thou come unto me? I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. I hate the work of them that turn aside.
The psalm, he said, oh, when wilt thou come unto me? When are you going to pull up? When are you going to visit me in a dream or vision? This is what this man yearned for and couldn't wait for God to come to him in a vision, right? He said, I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. To walk means to follow an established or accepted way. An established way or an accepted way. But the established way and the accepted way has to be accepted by God. This is the ways that we are supposed to be walking before God. It has to be accepted of the Creator. If it ain't accepted of God, then I need to move away from it and leave those things alone. He said, I will walk within my house with a perfect heart. Right? Go ahead, read.
I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes.
Now, he said, I will set no wicked thing before mine eyes. To set, right? Go ahead, read.
I hate the work of them that turn aside.
I hate the work of them that turn aside. I hate your actions and the things that you're doing that is against God. I don't hate you, but I hate what you're doing. 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 I hate your actions because it's against the ordinance that God has set. Go ahead, read.
I hate the work of them that turn aside. It shall not cleave to me.
It shall not cleave to me.
A forward heart shall depart from me.
It will not cleave to me. Cleave to me meaning I'm not going to cling to it. I'm not going to be attached to it. I'm not going to follow you. I'm not going to follow in that manner. Go ahead, read.
A forward heart shall depart from me.
A forward heart shall depart from me. When you look up the word for forward, it means ichesh. It's in Hebrew. Ichesh means a crooked heart. A crooked heart, right? Crooked means dishonest, right? It also means deviating from rectitude. Deviating means to turn away from rectitude, means the quality or state of being straight or what is right. When you deviate from that which is right, or from that which is ordained by God, right? Now, rectitude goes into moral integrity, right? Go ahead, read.
Whoso privately slandered his neighbor.
Whoso privately slander his neighbor.
Him will I
What
cut
is
off.
slander? Now, slander, it means to make a false or damaging statement about someone. I don't know the truth, or I don't know what's going on. I don't know what took place. I don't know what happened. But I'm slandering the man's name. And I don't know what took place. And you know what? We have a thing with ourselves, man. We become wrong and strong. We don't want to fess up to our wrong. We don't want to fess up our wrong to God. What makes you think, look, we know we don't even fess up to our wrong to ourselves. It don't take nothing for me to come here and say, yo, it's my bad. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have did my bad. That shows some type of you can do right. When a person is able to accept their wrong, you can do right. You can do God's law. Because you gotta acknowledge, in order to get better with God, I gotta acknowledge my offense with God. I gotta acknowledge my offense with God. Go ahead, read.
Whoso privately slandered his neighbor, him will I cut off.
Him will I cut off. Him will I destroy.
Him that hath a high look, and a proud heart will not I suffer.
Read.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful.
My eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land. Faithful also goes into the word conscientious. Conscientious, all right, means having a conscience. Established. The faithful is established. When you're established, you're set up on a firm basis. You're set up on a firm basis, a firm permanent basis. What is the firm permanent basis that we're set up on? The grounds that have you set up is the law. Those laws, those commandments, those statutes, right? And when you're established, you gain full recognition or acceptance by God. Go ahead, read.
Mine eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with me.
They may dwell with me.
He that walketh in a perfect way.
He that walketh in a perfect way. And the word for perfect is tamim. It means complete. It means whole, innocent, right? Now, what is a whole? Whole, when a person is whole, a person in his full nature includes ways, a whole person in his full nature includes ways of thinking, ways of your feelings, and acting. Those three things gotta be covered. Because if my feelings doesn't correlate with God's feelings, I'm gonna violate. I'm gonna violate the laws and the commandments of God. If my thinking doesn't correlate with God's thinking, I'm gonna violate the commandments and the statutes of God. And when I have these three things corrected and on point, now 360, everything is covered. Now I can be whole. Now I can be complete. Now I can be perfect. Tamshi.
He that worketh deceit shall not dwell within my house.
Mm-hmm.
He that telleth
lies shall not tarry in my sight. Dobre shikralim. He that speaketh lies, lo yikon. Yikon means prepared. He that telleth lies will not be prepared. He that telleth lies will not be firm. What is the preparing in that? Why did it say prepared? Because in order to fight the external forces or the evil I gotta be prepared.
Okay, well,
And how do I be prepared and how do I be firm? I gotta strengthen myself in these laws. I gotta strengthen myself with God in order to be prepared to fight these things. Tamshi.
I will early destroy all the wicked of the land,
Uh-huh.
that I may cut off all wicked doers from the city of the Lord.
Uh-huh. Go to Psalms 106.
Praise ye the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Who can other?
He said, oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good. And that's why we can't ask God why. Because whatever God did is good. Oh, the baby died. Is good with God. God allowed it to happen. Why God allowed certain things to happen, I can only explain it by what I read. By what I read. Maybe the child has so much good in him that God didn't want that child to be tainted with the filthiness that's in the world today.
Like Jeroboam said.
So he decides to take that child because the child has good in him or in her. And if either whether it's him or her, they have that good in them, that determination to serve God. And if he allow that child to live, he's going to get corrupt. He or she will get corrupt. He or she will get tainted. You know how many times I said that to myself? That the Most High should have took my life when I was a baby. From the time I came out my mother's womb, from there, bury me. So I don't become tainted and corrupt with the lifestyles of these people today. Go ahead, read.
Who can utter the mighty acts of the Lord?
Who can utter or speak on the mighty acts of God? The things that God did. Read.
Who can show forth all his
Who will
praise?
show forth all his praise?
Blessed are they that keep judgment, and
Mhm.
he that doeth righteousness at all times. Remember
And he that doeth righteousness, and he that doeth justice. You know what justice is? The principles of just dealings or right actions. Sometimes your actions and the things that I'm doing is not right. It's not just, or it's not in the law, but it's just not right. It ain't right. You know, you have certain, and I read that in the book before, where God looked at it and he said it ain't right. He displeased them. It don't say what the man was, what the man in the book was doing. It didn't say thou shalt not do blah blah blah. But God just didn't like it. So there are things. It's not correct. There are things in our lives, in life, that we can do that God would frown on, and it ain't gotta be in the book. You know why? Because we have two things in us. God equipped us with two things: good and evil. You don't need me, or I don't need you to tell him, or he don't need me to tell him that was wrong. Because we are equipped with two things: good and evil. Ready?
Remember me, O Lord, with the favor that thou bearest.
Remember
unto
me,
thy
O
people.
Lord, with the favor that thou bearest upon thy people.
Oh,
The
visit,
favor of God. Read.
oh, visit me with thy salvation.
Visit me with your salvation. Read.
That I may see the good of thy chosen.
That I may see the good of thy chosen. Even David knew, in order to be chosen of God, I have to be walking in a certain manner or in a certain way. That's why David walked in that manner. That's why David walked that way. Then he asked God to visit him with his favor so that I could be looked upon the same way that you look upon the chosen ones that you consider as the elect. Read.
That I may see the good of thy chosen, that I may rejoice in the gladness of thy nation, that I may glory with thine inheritance. We have sinned with our fathers.
Yes, we have sinned with our fathers.
We have committed iniquity.
We have committed iniquity.
We have done wickedly.
And we have done wickedly. What is sin? What is iniquity? What is wickedness? Where can you learn what is sin, iniquity, or wickedness? The book shows you that. The book shows you that. So you can't tell me I'm wrong if I didn't violate what God said is wrong. I may be wrong in your eyes. You may think I'm wrong because your mind is warped. Yeah, your mind is warped. One thing I have trained myself to say is that I'm not going to classify something as wrong if God don't classify it as wrong.
Right.
That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Wait a minute, let's go back. Let's rewind the tapes. Did he or did she violate the laws and the commandments of God by doing whatever the person did? If there's no violation, then hey, I can't say the sister or the brother's wrong. I'm sorry. I can't say it because God don't look at it as wrong. And we say certain things is wrong because of our warped mind. Yeah, your mind is warped. I got a warped mind too. What keep my mind from being warped is me adhering and taking heed to God. Now I'm not warped anymore because I begin to look at things like God look at it. I begin to make decisions upon the decisions that God made. And that's the point that we need. That's the point I'm trying to make. Go ahead, read.
Our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt.
Our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt. Yeah, then you begin to gain any type of understanding until later on towards the end of Deuteronomy. That's what God said. He said, now I begin to give you eyes to see and ears to hear. Now you understand now. You know how long it took them to understand what God was trying to do? You know what that means? When you're first learning about God, you ain't gonna understand nothing in here.
Not gonna make no sense.
It ain't gonna make no sense. It only begin to make sense after a number or a period of time.
Keep reading it, keep doing it.
You right? After a number or period of time.
Right.
Now it will begin to make sense. Now it will come to you. It don't come to you immediately, and this is why it's very important to read every day. Like a brainwash. Yeah, it's a brainwash. Every now and then we gotta go over certain things. Because if you don't go over it, guess what? You're gonna lose it. Certain things you forgot because you stopped talking about it. Go ahead.
It becomes distant.
That's right.
Nevertheless, our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt. They remembered not the multitude of thy mercies.
Our fathers understood not thy wonders in Egypt. Yes, that was something else. Something else. All those plagues that God put on Egypt, but still people acknowledge Egyptian gods. Thick darkness, firstborn of the dead, the locust, hail, boil, murrain, which means the cattle died, flies, lice, frogs, turned the Nile River into blood. You think he just turned the whole Nile River into blood just to do it? No. He challenged all the gods of the Egyptians. The Egyptians looked at the Nile River as a god. They worshiped that Nile River. So he turned it into blood. That's
why.
Go ahead. Let me see. They remember not the multitude of thy mercies, but provoked him at the sea, even at the Red Sea. Yes, they provoked God at the Red Sea. How they provoked him? They at the Red Sea. They started murmuring. They started talking. You brought us here to kill us. The Egyptians is right there. They on us, man. What are we going to do? Moses turned to God. God looked at Moses and said, man, this is what God told Moses. He said, I have made thee a God in the sight of the people. He said, you go do it. He said, you take that rod and split the Red Sea. You got that. So when he took that rod to split and part that sea, what was in between the Egyptians and Israel? A thick darkness. The darkness was so thick to where they couldn't pass it.
It's a real wall.
It's like a wall. They couldn't pass it. And that wind blew and parted that Red Sea. It wasn't no small passage. It was millions of people that passed through that sea, through the bottom of that sea. Now remember now, a sea. Once that water is parted, how are we getting over? You're not walking straight across. You got to go down. You're walking down a big, deep slope down to the bottom of that sea. Cross, get back up.
That took all the night.
That wasn't no hours, man. That wasn't minutes and 30 minutes. Go ahead, read.
Nevertheless, he saved them for his name's sake.
Nevertheless, he saved them only because of his name's sake. Only because of God's name's sake. That's the only reason why God saved them. That's the only reason why the people was living in the wilderness. That's the only reason why God fed them while they blasphemed and murmured against them. He was going to kill them. But he saved them and didn't kill them because of his name's sake. Because of his name. And guess who thought about God's name? That's why Moses stood in the breach. Moses went up in the mountain. God looked. The people is worshiping the golden calf. After they finished worshiping that golden calf, they already appointed a captain. After they done there, they going back. They out of there. God looked down. He said, man, your people has turned away from me quick. He said, move. He said, move, man. He said, let me wipe these people out and make a nation out of you. Moses, in a moment, one shot. Moses went, stood in the breach, stood in the way of God. He knew where to stand. After he stood in the way, God told him to move. He stood in the way. He said, man, think about your name, man. The people is going to talk about your name, talk bad about you. Pacify the anger of God. He said, all right. He said, it's your people. He said, it's your people, Moses. It ain't my people. Yeah, that's your people. That's like the child misbehaving and stuff like that. The first thing the mama do, she called her father. Hey, your son.
Your son.
Oh, now it's my son when he doing bad, huh? That's my son, huh? When he start doing things, well, when he doing good, that's your son. You see that with parents. Tamshi.
He saved them for his name's sake, that he might make his mighty power to be known. Verse 9. He rebuked the Red Sea also, and it was dried up. So he led them through the depths as through the wilderness. And he saved them from the hand of them that hated them, and redeemed them from the hand of the enemy. And the waters covered their enemies. There was not one of them left.
The waters covered their enemies. Scientific facts. They found chariots, swords, armor, all at the bottom of that Red Sea. Horse headdresses. How? How did they find it? They went down into the waters in submarines. Went down, and they saw these things at the bottom of that sea. Tamshi.
They believed his words. They sang his praise. They soon forgot his works. They waited not for his counsel, but lusted exceedingly in the
He said
wilderness.
they then believed they his words. They sang his praise. They soon forgot his works. They forgot that quick what God did. They forgot that quick what God did for them and started lusting. They lusted exceedingly and did what? In the wilderness, and tempted God in the desert. Go ahead.
And he gave them their requests and sent leanness into their soul.
He gave them their requests and sent leanness into their soul. Now, the leanness, you know what leanness means? To cause them to incline towards their tastes and desires. And this is why they gorged after the flesh, because God increased their desire that was in them and pushed them towards it. Go ahead, read.
Verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
They envied Moses also in the camp. And Aaron, the saint of the Lord.
The saint of God.
The earth opened and swallowed up Dathan and covered the company of Abiram.
Mm-hmm.
And a fire was kindled in their company. The flame burned up the wicked. They made a calf in Horeb and worshipped the molten image. Thus they changed the glory.
He said, the earth opened and swallowed up Dayton and covered the company of Abiram. Right? Now, and the fire was kindled in their company. The flame burned up the wicked. That's the 250 princes that got burned up, consumed.
Yeah.
Those two guys had something special. You know why? They was the one leading the pack.
They led those two.
They the one started it.
Started the whole.
They went to Moses and started speaking like, hey, you think you the only one that God deal with? They deal with us too. We all are holy. We're on the same train. But there was nothing like unto Moses. What happened now? These two guys got swallowed up. The earth opened up, swallowed them. The 250 princes, fire came down and consumed them. Go ahead, read.
Verse 19. And they made a calf in Horeb and worshipped the molten image.
They made a calf at Horeb and worshipped the molten image. At the grounds of Mount Sinai, while Moses is up in that mountain, they made a molten calf and start worshiping the calf. Now, this calf worship was a deity or worship that stemmed from Egypt. They haven't left off from their past. They haven't left off from their past. When you're coming to serve this God, I have to leave off from what I was taught. Number one, I got to accept that what I was taught was wrong in order for me to leave off. I'm not going to leave off if I don't accept that what I was taught was wrong. If I still got some type of belief about what I was taught, then I'm not going to wholeheartedly leave off. I'm going to be dibbling back and forth. Tom, see?
Thus they changed their glory into the similitude of an ox that eateth grass.
Mm-hmm.
They forgot God, their Savior, which had done great things in Egypt, wondrous works in the land of Ham, and terrible things by the Red Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore he said that he would destroy them, had not Moses, his chosen, stood before him in the breach.
Therefore he said that he would destroy them, had not Moses, his chosen, stood before his face. In the Hebrew it said. He stood before God's face, stood before him. Right? And stood in the breach, stood in the opening, stood in the way to turn away his wrath, lest he should destroy them. Tom Sheep. Yeah. Now you see, this guy here, Moses, he was a hell of a man. Moses was a man that that wasn't only thinking about himself. He was a man that thought for the people also. And he offered and said, man, destroy me. He said, kill me and save the people. What God say? He said, nah. He said, the man that sinned, his name will I blot out. His name will I destroy. This is the guy that's going to get wiped out. You can't. The soul that sinned, it shall die. I'm not going to kill you because of this guy. or for people. No, I'm not going to do that. And that's not how God moves. See?
Yea, they despise the pleasant land.
What
They
verse you
believe-
at?
Verse 24. They
So,
despise
yea,
the pleasant land.
they despise the pleasant land.
They believe not
They
his
believe
word,
not his word.
but murmured in their tents, and hearkened not unto the voice of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore he lifted up his hand against them to overthrow them in the wilderness.
Therefore he lifted up his hand against them to overthrow them, to cause them to fall. See?
To overthrow their seed also among the nations.
See that? To overthrow their seed also. So this thing here done trickle down. It's passing down until somebody repair the breach. So now I done violated with God, which is going to cause me to be overthrown and which is going to cause me to fall. My son don't repair the breach. He following my same footsteps. He falls. His son's son, he follows in his footsteps. He end up falling. And people want to ask why us as a nation, because people still look at black people as a nation, but not all black people is the same. Not all black people is the same.
Millions of different
black
nations.
There's a lot of black people around, but we not the same. Stop looking at all these black people talking about this is the nation of Israel. Stop it.
Our people.
Our people. No.
That's racist. You racist.
Our people.
You racist, bro.
I'm going to say and I'm going to reiterate what God says. My people shall hear my voice. A stranger will not follow. Right. So once this guy here is following God, I can look at him and say, you my people. Right. Now I can say my people because we have something similar. We have something about us that connects. We're serving the same God.
Same complexion don't make you my people.
Same complexion don't make you my people. Right. Tom She.
27. To overthrow their seed also
among the nations.
And to scatter them
in the land. There was a disbursement that went down when we didn't honor and respect God. And we have to realize that. God has his own way of chastising his people. And you got your own way of chastising your kid. I can't look at you and say, don't chastise him like that. Do it. No, that's your way of chastising your son. I'm going to chastise him this way. I know what I got to do. Every son don't do nothing, do something wrong against you that you told him not to do. Your daughter do something that she don't have no business doing. You chastise him. And this is the way God dealt with the nation of Israel. When we did not follow his laws, his commandments, and his statutes, we got chastised. How did we get chastised? We got dispersed. We got separated. We got scattered, put into captivity until we acknowledge our offense. Go ahead.
They joined themselves also.
They joined themselves. They bind and they attach themselves to Baal Peor and ate of the sacrifice of the dead. Now, what was the sacrifice? When I looked it up in the Hebrew, it says sacrifices dedicated to idols or the dead. The dead is what? Funerals. Funerals. They had the funerals. They had services. They had little
food there.
They had services and bring food there. Those are called the sacrifices of the dead. Go ahead, read.
Thus, they provoked him to anger with their inventions.
They provoked him to anger with their actions. They provoked him to anger with their doings, and the plague break in upon them. Right? The plague broke into the barriers. Broke into our barriers. Right? Why? How was it able to break into the barriers? Because there was an opening that was left open. There was a breach within the nation. As a whole, we have an opening that allows certain negative things to come in. That was the weak spot. We wasn't whole and we wasn't complete and we wasn't guarded 360. Because what left that opening was the violation of the commandments of God.
That golden calf did
That golden calf did it.
that made the opening.
That left the opening. We was open and succumbed to everything to come. Tom, see?
Then stood up Phinehas and executed judgment.
Then stood up Phinehas, and the word is Wayipalel. Phinehas stood up and intervened on behalf of God. He took charge on God's behalf. When the nation messed up and violated, he took it upon himself to intervene, to intercede. Right? And so the plague was stayed. And that was counted unto him for righteousness unto all generations forevermore. They angered him also at the waters of strife, so that it went ill with Moses for their sakes. How did it go ill with Moses? Because Moses wasn't able to go over that Jordan to get into the land. Because he said one thing. He said, may we. He didn't sanctify God's name. And we got to realize that when we're talking about God, we cannot couple him with nobody,
Yourself or nobody.
with deities and idols.
Nothing.
You have to put a separation or put a distinction between God and this one.
Everything else, yeah.
And I respect and I like what the brother told me. If you have honor and respect for your father, you don't put other people right there on the level of my pops, man. You're not on that same level with him. I'm not putting you up there with him because it was because of him why you did it. You following him. You following him. He the one got you started. He's the pace setter. Sorry. He's the pace setter.
He's the activator.
He's the activator. If it wasn't for him, it would be no you. If it wasn't for him, it would be no us.
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Verse 33. Because they provoked his spirit.
Because they provoked his spirit.
So that he spake unadvisedly.
So he spoke inadvisedly. He spoke rashly. He spoke too quick. And that happens. There come a time where you get angry and you speak too quick. But guess what's the difference with this man? He realized it and he confessed. He said, man, he said, I've sinned. Later on in Exodus 33, was it 30? No, Deuteronomy towards the end. Kept begging God, man. He said, man, I sinned, man, I messed up, man. He said, come on, man. He said, allow me to cross this Jordan. And he kept asking God and asking him over and over. God looked at him. He said, man, don't ask me this no more.
He said, don't ask me no.
Don't ask me this no more, man. He said, come on up in this mountain. I forgot what mountain he told him to come up. He said, I'm going to show you the land. He said, but you're not going over. You're not going over. That's all because he didn't sanctify the name of God. He want to couple his name with, he said, we. Oh, that was it. He jammed him, himself. He jammed Aaron. Aaron had nothing to do with it. Aaron wasn't there, but Aaron and Moses was as one. There was God looked at them as one man. Go ahead.
They did not destroy the nations concerning whom the Lord commanded them.
That's one of the reasons why we ended up in the predicament we ended up in. God gave us strict commands and told us to wipe out these nations. Why? You ask too much questions. People ask a lot of dumb questions. Why would God ask Okay, so why you have your period then?
Most of it is being.
Ask yourself
Most
that.
of it is being.
Tell me, or maybe I'll look at this. Look, why you have your period? Since you want to ask dumb questions, well, that's all nature. That's the way woman. That's the way God designed the woman's body to have a period. You want to ask God why about that? Dudes ask God why, men and women. Oh, why? Just read it and do and understand. No need to question God. Why God ordered the nation of Israel to wipe out these nations. Let me tell you why. Because their cup ran over. Which means there's a limit. When the cup ran over, you done hit that limit. Now, before you hit that limit, guess what you have on your side? Time. You had time to change and correct yourself. That cup don't have to overflow, which is your iniquities. When that cup overflow, that's your iniquities going over. It don't gotta overflow, which means God gave you time to correct yourself. You didn't correct yourself. You continued in your folly. Your cup ran over. Now it's time for you to die. Now it's time for you to die. So you could look at that as life. We're here on borrowed time. Don't allow your sins to run over without you correcting yourself with God. Don't allow your sins to run over without you allowing yourself to do better with God. That's what you don't see what God told Cain. He said, man, if you do good, he said, I will exalt you. If you take heed, if you do good, right? If you improve, he said, I will exalt you. But if you don't do good, sin lies at the door. At what door? Not at this door, but at the doors of your mind. When iniquity lies at the doors of your mind, it's going to come to you more frequently to do things that is contrary to God. Now you got to ask yourself, why am I thinking this way? But only a person that is circumspect about itself going to ask itself, why am I thinking this way? Why am I moving this way? It's not according to what God says. And go ahead and read.
And they served, but were mingled among the heathen.
We mingled ourselves amongst the heathens. What verse is that? 35. But we're mingled amongst the heathens. Okay? And notice, every time it says heathens, when you look it up in Hebrew, it says goyim. Nations. We mingled ourselves amongst the nations. And when we mingle, we became one with them. We became like them. Because we took on their customs and their traditions and their habits and their practices. We became just like them. It was the beginning of a people losing our identity. We lost our identity because we wanted to follow the nations that we lived amongst, right? But we're mingled among the heathens and learned their works, learned their ways, learned their habits, learned everything about these people and took it upon ourselves to live the same way, which caused a separation between God and his peculiar treasure, which is Israel. And they served their idols, which were a snare unto them, a trap to entrap yourself. Right? Yeah, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters unto devils. And that is compared to be a baptism. When they sacrificed their sons and their devils, the sons and their daughters to devils, they used to take their sons and their daughters and burn them. It was a god, it was a deity named Molech. Big, huge idol. In the center of this idol was like a big cauldron, big plate full of fire. I would take my child and dedicate him to this idol and put him in that fire and burn him up alive. Back then, they used fire. Today, they don't use fire. They use water. You said your child's baptized? He's baptized? Yeah. They tell, sometimes they take the child. You watch these baptisms. Man, one of these baptisms, they took the baby, dipped the baby in the water by the leg, dumped him back out. One of the dumping, the baby hit his head in the bottom of the bowl. I mean, what the, looking at him, what's wrong with you, man? This dude ain't got no sense. Why are you holding the baby by her two legs and dumping her in the water and with such vehement force? You ain't doing that to my kid.
I seen one, he dropped the baby.
So another dude dropped the baby.
That's the spirit that's on them. They get burst.
And I think
they
them niggas be what's the word? Possessed.
That's the spirit that be on them. Look what they did with their babies.
They be possessed.
No.
They be possessed,
They
man.
bursting.
Because they handle that baby so rough, dipping the baby in the water. And you know what? People really believe once they do that, they saved.
Yeah, they really believe that. Yeah.
They really believe that.
You saved to be cursed.
Now, in order to have holy water, what makes the water holy? The altar. You need the holy altar to have holy water. That's why when you have the jealousy law, when they used to take the water, take dust from around the altar, that everything around there is holy. Take that, put it in the water and make you drink it. He said if she violated and she committed adultery, he said her thighs is gonna rot and her belly gonna swell. But if she didn't, if she's innocent, then she's going to get impregnated. She's going to conceive. Tell me.
But were mingled among the heathen and learned their works.
Mingled among the heathens and we learned after their doings. We learned their doings. How they did things and we followed them. We followed them. Thanksgiving just passed. Don't cook me no stuffing. I don't even want no stuffing. That is a delicacy or dinner dedicated for Thanksgiving. What do I want with that? I don't want stuff. I'm not eating that. And you know where I learned that? It's dedicated. I learned that from my pops, man. I told you he gave us a way. And he showed us a path and a way to follow to reach and get to God. He showed us that path and that way. How it's confirmed, because I see what the man went through. What he went through and what he saw. Nobody had dreams. I ain't never had nobody had dreams like that. Nobody.
Details.
Such details. I was gonna go into one, man, but I ain't, man, it's something else. It's something to think about, man. Well, go ahead, read.
And they served their idols.
Which
were a snare unto them.
Which was a snare unto them, a trap. It was a trap. Go ahead, read.
Yea, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters unto devils.
Look, you got to realize what are traps. We got to realize the traps.
That's it.
We got to realize the traps. Sometimes God allow you to get with this person to trap you.
Snare to you.
To be a snare to you.
Like what Saul did.
Or something. That's right.
Saul did when they congregated.
That's right. It It said, yeah, they sacrificed their sons and their daughters to devils and shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, whom they sacrificed unto the idols of Canaan. And the land was polluted with blood. It was defiled. It was profaned. Thus were they defiled with their own works. Psalms 106, verse 39. And went a whoring with their own inventions. A whoring meaning they went astray. They went astray. They went off the wrong path. They went off the wrong direction. You went off into a direction or into a path that I didn't show you. So God called that you went a whoring. See, a whore is not just a woman that sleeps around. And I learned that by reading the book. Once you go off the path that God shows you, he said you went a whoring. You went a whoring. He said, therefore was the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own possession. He abhorred his own inheritance. And there came a time where God hated us and he despised us. Why? Because we left off from the ways and the culture that God showed us. And guess what? We still went off. We still off today. The standards, listen, man, we need to realize something, man. The standards is already set. The standards is already set. In order for God not to abhor us, we have to follow after the standards that God set in this book. If we're not following the standards that's set here, he's going to despise us, he's going to hate us, and he's going to put you through it. That's it. He said, therefore was the wrath of the Lord kindled against his people, insomuch that he abhorred his own inheritance. And he gave them into the hand of the nations. And they that hated them ruled over them. Their enemies also oppressed them, and they were brought into subjection under their hand. Many times did he deliver them, but they provoked him with their counsel, with their advice. Right? And were brought low for their iniquity. The word for low is makak, mem kaf sofi. It means to sink or to fall. When you're brought low, you fall in degrees. You start to drop in degrees and levels of righteousness, right? To be humiliated or degenerated, right? Lost of mental or moral qualities considered normal and desired. Showing evidence of decline in mental moral strength. It takes mental and moral strength to do God's law. It takes that much strength. It takes strength to do these laws, right? What am I? Okay, I got it. Nevertheless, he regarded the affliction when he heard their cry. God did that. He said, I regarded their affliction when they cried out.
Still listen to them.
He still listened to them no matter what they did and how they offended God. When they cried out to God, he put all that aside. And he came out for the nation. He came out, right? He said he remembered for them his covenant and repented according to the multitude of his mercies. He made them also to be pitied of all those that carried them captives. Save us, O Lord our God, and gather us from among the heathens to give thanks unto the holy name and to triumph in thy praise. Go to the Apocrypha. 1 Samuel chapter 1. No, Song of Samuel, sorry. Song of Solomon. Apocrypha, Song of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon.
Chapter 1.
Read from the top.
Love righteousness, ye that be judges of the earth.
Love righteousness. Love righteousness. Right? Love righteousness. Nothing else, nothing comes before righteousness. Nothing comes before the righteousness of God. I cannot put my children before God. Nothing comes before God. Example. I'm in my house. My daughter, or if I have a son or daughter that don't live this way, you're not gonna be coming in here 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock on the wee hours, and the sun is down. Because the Sabbath is already in. And you're not coming in here from doing your thing outside. No. I make sure I'm in here before sunset. If you're underneath my roof, you're going to make sure you're in here before sunset too. Before sunset, come on in. Why we go in the house before sunset? Because there is nothing out there. There's nothing out there for me. We don't live in a community where we can go out and there's a bunch of Israelites living on the block. No, you go out there, it's every and anything going on out there. And I don't want nothing to do with it. So therefore I come in the house. You can go out for a walk, boom, with a person, but brief, very brief. Now, we don't put nothing before God. He said, love righteousness, right? Ye that be judges of the earth.
Think of the Lord with a good heart.
Think of God with a good heart.
And in simplicity of heart, seek him. For he will be found of them that tempt him not. Don't
tempt God. How did we tempt God? How do you not tempt God when we sin presumptuously? You tempt God. Anytime we transgress and sin presumptuously, you tempt God.
And show himself unto such as do not distrust
God
him.
will show himself to you, but you have to have trust in God that he will. That tell you, man, sir, look, this man had a lot of trust in God. Because he showed himself to him to him numerous times. He said, I will show myself unto them that do not distrust me. If you don't have no trust in me, I can't come out for you. I can't show myself to you. Read.
For forward thoughts separate from God.
Forward thoughts separate from God. Forward thoughts are thoughts that are against God. Again, like I said it earlier, we have to train ourselves to accept everything in this book, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not. Go ahead, read. Because when you don't accept everything in the book, then guess what happens? Forward thoughts start to set in. Thoughts that are contrary to from what God says. Because I'm already being negative with it. Read.
And his power, when it is tried, reproveth the unwise. For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin.
For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter. Right? Malicious comes from the word malice. Okay? So let's read and see what is malice. Right? The word malice, it means, and this is the way that we don't need to be. Malice. When a person has malice or he's malicious, malice means desire to see another suffer. That's something else. You desire to see a person suffer or a woman or a man suffer. That's malice. That's malice that you had boiled up inside of you for that person, right? Malicious. Yeah. Go ahead, read.
For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit.
The Holy Spirit of discipline is what tells you what is good. Don't do that. Don't walk that way. It's not good. And one thing about this the Holy Spirit of discipline, it don't come constant over and over and over. One time, sometimes twice. And then when we don't adhere and hearken to that voice, to that good voice, that word, that voice that comes to you and tell you, listen, don't walk that way. And there be times where it says, yo, don't walk that way, and you don't walk that way, you walk the opposite way, and then you hear later on something happen in that way. That's the Holy Spirit. It guides you. The Holy Spirit of discipline guides you. Time sheet.
And remove from thoughts that are without understanding. And will not abide when unrighteousness cometh in. For wisdom is a loving spirit, and will not acquit a blasphemer of his words. For God is witness of his reign.
Go back.
For wisdom is a loving spirit.
Wisdom is a loving spirit.
And will not acquit a blasphemer of his words.
It will not acquit a blasphemer in his words. A person that blasphemes, the act of insulting, showing contempt or lack of respect for God. That's when you blaspheme. When you start saying things and you don't have no respect for God. Oh my goodness. You know, how can you blaspheme God? And you know what just came to me? What is blaspheme? When you start to speak against those laws in that book, you blaspheme. I told a person, I said, yo, man, you better watch your words and the things that you're saying. Those are not my laws, and I didn't write this book. I said, God wrote it. And here you go talking about you disagree with it, and you don't. I didn't say I don't disagree. You're saying that, but you're not saying it directly.
You use other words.
You say other words. You cannot disagree with what God says because you're speaking against him and you're a blasphemer. And guess what? Acquit means you're not going to get off. You're not going to get away. He said, I will not acquit a blasphemer of his words. So you're not going to get away from what you're saying out your mouth. Go ahead.
For God is witness of his reigns.
God is witness of his reigns, of his own reigns.
And a true beholder of his heart. And a hearer of his tongue.
Hearer of his tongue.
For the Spirit of the Lord filleth the world. And that which containeth all
the
things.
The Spirit of the Lord filleth the world. The whole world got a section, a remnant of the Spirit of God. That's what God said. He said, man, if I gather my spirit, everything dead. Everything is dead. If God said, if I gather my spirit, every last one of you is dead. Go ahead, read.
And that which containeth all things hath knowledge of the voice.
And that which containeth all things have knowledge of the voice. Read.
Therefore, he that speaketh unrighteous things cannot be hid.
Therefore, he that speaketh unrighteous things, you're not going to be hid. You're not going to get away. You're not going to get away. Read.
Neither shall vengeance, when it punisheth, pass by him. For inquisition shall be made into the counsels of the ungodly. And the sound of his words shall come into the Lord for the manifestation of his wicked deeds. For the air of jealousy heareth all
Who's
things.
The air of jealousy? That's God. That's the Most High. You see all these attributes that God have. The air of jealousy. So he alone, the dreaded one, shall reign.
The dreaded one.
The dreaded one. Yo, man, you must be. That's all. Yo, the dreaded one.
Dread means the one who is to be feared.
One who is to be feared and reverenced.
One who is feared.
The air of jealousy. He said, El Rakum, God of mercy, God of compassion. You hear this? God of war. He's not only a God of war, but he's a God of mercy and compassion. God have a little soft side to him. But he direct. Look, God said he's merciful to all. And these same people that God showed mercy to give his praises to deities and idols. But he still showed them mercy. Go ahead, read.
And the noise of murmurings is not hid. Therefore, beware of murmuring.
Therefore, Beware murmuring,
which is unprofitable.
And
refrain your tongue from backbiting.
Refrain your tongue from backbiting. What is backbiting? When you say mean or spiteful things about a person. What is spiteful? When you say things to irritate or annoy a person. Who's it? Right? It said refrain your tongue from backbiting.
But there was no word
so secret
that shall go for naught.
That's going to go for naught. That's going to go unanswered. Read.
And the mouth that belieth slayeth the soul.
And the mouth that belieth slayeth the soul. What does belieth means? To give a false impression of. False impression of. Read.
Seek not death in the era of your life, and pull not upon yourself destruction with the works of your hands. But God made not death.
Seek not death
in the era
in
of
your
life.
mistakes. When you mess up, oh, I should die. Oh, forget it. I'm just going to go kill. No. Correct yourself. Correct yourself and do better. Right? And pull not upon yourself destruction with the works of your own hands. Because we destroy our own self with the works of our own hands. With what we do that is against God, we destroy ourselves. Read.
For
God made not death. God didn't create death. God didn't create man to die. Where in the world did you ever read anything like that? God didn't create death, man. God created man to live forever. He acknowledged and realized that Adam was alone. He was lonely. Everything that God created had its like, had a match. And the only thing that was a match was what? Humans and animals. Male, female. Humans, male and female. Did it ever come to terms with yourself that God did not create two men? God didn't create two men. And by all means, that's your preference. But don't force your preference on people. Don't force your preference on people. That's the way you move.
Keep it to yourself.
Don't teach my kids about that. Because I'm going to teach them against it every day. Not to accept none of that. There was a dude in his class, in Noah's class. Dude walking around, he got a little sugar in his tank. Noah sat next to him. Noah got up, looked down, said, "You an abomination. You's an abomination." Teacher called her mom. She said, "Look, you's an abomination." Noah won't sit next to him. Teacher called me. I said, "Well, don't put him next to him." But he can't listen. That is not accepted.
I teach my child.
That's what I teach my kids. That's not accepted. A man is not supposed to be acting like a woman. Right. And a woman is not supposed to be acting like a man. Right. You can't tell me not to teach my son that. That's not normal.
It's not accepted.
It's not accepted. Yeah, he's an abomination. If you want to be a woman and he's a man, you're an abomination. The child got angry, teacher got angry. I don't care. I ain't gonna teach my son none of that.
It made a big issue out of that.
Made a big issue. 13. For God, it said, for God made not death. God didn't create death. God created Adam and Eve to live forever. And guess what? If they wouldn't have ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, guess what would have happened? They would live forever, but what else? The commandment went out. He said, multiply and replenish the earth.
The whole earth.
You don't think Adam and Eve would have had children?
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been just them.
They would have had children. They
would have had children, and the children would have been innocent. Innocent, living forever.
That evil seed wouldn't have been.
That evil seed wouldn't have been in them. Wouldn't have been embedded in them because God already gave us that command. He said, replenish the earth. Fill the earth up.
Neither had the pleasure in the destruction of the living.
Oh, for Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 14. I'm sorry. Sorry, Apocrypha. He said, for he created, he said, for God made not death, not had he pleasure in the destruction of the living. That wasn't the pleasure of God to destroy and wipe everybody out. How am I going to build something, create this, and then create it just to destroy it? Then what avail of the creation? Why God don't get down like that? He said, for he created all things that they might have their beings, and the generation of the world were helpful. And there is no poison of destruction in them, nor the kingdom of death upon the earth. They didn't have destruction in them. What brought destruction in man was when they ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now we do things to destroy ourselves. Now we do things to poison ourselves and to hurt ourselves. Because now we have destruction in us. He said, for righteousness is immortal. What is immortal? Forever. Leolam.
For ungodly men, with their works and words calling to them. But when they thought to have it their friends, they consumed to naught, and made a covenant with it, because they are worthy to take part with it.
Go ahead, read chapter 2.
For the ungodly said, reasoning with themselves, but not aright.
Reasoning with themselves, but not aright. Whatever you reasoning and talking about, you know you're wrong.
Our life is short and tedious.
Our life is short and tedious.
And in the
our life is short and tedious. We're not living long no more. People die in their 40s, 50s, 30s, 20s.
Every generation.
People die every day, B.
Quicker, every generation.
You die every day, B.
Yo, every day, man. And they don't have no limit. They don't got no limit. And we live in a tedious life. What is tedious? Troubles. Sorrows. Grievance. Like afflictions. Go ahead, read.
And in the death of a man, there is no remedy.
In the death of a man, there's nothing to stop that.
No remedy for death.
There's no remedy for death.
No
There's no cure for death. We all must die. And when you sit and you think about it, it brings dread upon you about death. Because you know one day you gotta go and you don't know when it's coming. You don't know when your name is called in the heavens. It's time up. It's time up. Today is the day, man. Today is the day when you leave this house and you ain't coming back. Your children gonna mourn for you. If you married, your wife gonna mourn you. If you left behind mother and father, they gonna mourn for you. Your family gonna mourn for you. Friends gonna mourn for you. That's it. So therefore, we have to live our life according to what God says. Not according to what you think is right. We got to live our life according to what we read here. We got to stay ready. Go ahead.
Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave.
Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave. So scratch that about JC.
No resurrection.
Resurrecting JC being.
No reincarnation.
No, he ain't no reincarnation. That ain't happen. The only time God is gonna bring back his chosen, that's gonna be after the destruction. Because this place is gonna be destroyed. This place ain't gonna be no more. That's after the visitation. Tom Sheep.
For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. For the breath in our nostrils is as smoke, and a little spark in the moving of our heart. Which being extinguished, our body shall be turned into ashes.
Which being extinguished, he said, when you die, he said that spark gone.
That's the vital sign.
Vital signs drop.
You got a spark in it.
That's right.
keeps us.
That keeps you moving. When that dies, when that goes, you're extinguished, your body turns to ashes, and our spirit shall vanish as the soft air. Spirit's gone. You don't know where that spirit went.
Right here.
It ain't there no more because that spirit is what kept that body alive. That's what kept the body alive and moving.
That's right. That was the battery.
That was the battery. Read.
And our name shall be forgotten in time.
And our name shall be forgotten in time. In time, 10, 15, 20 years, they don't forgot about you like you wasn't even here. Like you never exist. Go ahead.
And no man shall have our works in remembrance. And our life shall pass away as the trace of a cloud, and shall be dispersed as a mist that is driven away with the beams of the sun, and overcome with the heat thereof. For our time is a very shadow that passeth away. And after our end, there is no returning.
After our end, ain't no returning. You ain't coming back after that. Read.
For it is fast sealed.
Fast sealed.
So that no man coming again.
No man coming again. Read.
Come on, therefore, let us enjoy the good things that are present. Let us speedily use the creatures like as in youth. Let us fill ourselves with costly wine and ointments. Let no flower of the spring pass us. Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds before they be withered. Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness. Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness in every place, for this is our portion, and our lot is this.
You hear what he's saying? Because we are not going to be here forever, let's live our best. That's basically saying let's live our best life.
You only live once.
Let's live our best life. You only live once. Enjoy it. Fulfill yourself with whatever you like to fulfill. That's the wrong terminology, wrong way of thinking. Read.
Let none of us go without his part of our voluptuousness, and leave us tokens of our joyfulness in every place. For this is our portion, and our lot is this. Let us oppress the poor righteous man.
Let us oppress the poor righteous man.
Let us not spare the widow.
Let us not spare the widow.
Nor reverence the ancient
Nor reverence or respect the gray-haired man
of the
age.
Let our strength be the law of justice. For that which is feeble is found to be nothing worth.
They're wrong. These are all things that God speak against. So they're saying, listen, man, because we
like bullies.
Exactly, because we ain't gonna live long and we ain't gonna be here for long, do as you please. Oppress the poor. Do this to the widow. Do this to the gray-haired man. Go ahead, read.
Therefore, let us lie in wait for the righteous.
Let us lie in wait for the righteous.
Because he is not for our turn. And he is clean, contrary to our doings. He upbraided us with our offending the law, and objected to our infamy, the transgressions of our education. He professed to have the knowledge of God, and he called himself the child of the Lord. He was made.
Now, do you know what this mentality remind me of? The guy that says, well, when I die, it's nothing else. There's nothing else, and nothing else coming after that. Once you die, that's it.
That's it.
That's it. So what's the reason of me doing these laws and sitting in here? He said, I'm going to let's go out and do me. And that's their mentality. That's the mentality. That's what they're saying. But that's the wrong mentality. Go ahead, read.
He professed to have the knowledge of God and calling himself the child of the Lord. He was made to reprove our thoughts. He is grievous unto us, even to behold.
What verse was
15.
Okay.
For his life is not like other man's. His ways are of another fashion. We are esteemed of him as counterfeits. He abstained from our ways as from filthiness. He pronounced the end of the just to be blessed, and maketh his boast that God is his father. Let us see if his words be true. Let us prove what shall happen in the end of him. For if the just man be the son of God, he will help him and deliver him from the hand of his enemies. Let us examine him with despitefulness and torture, that we may know his meekness and prove his patience. Let us condemn him with a shameful death, for by his own saying.
Verse 21. Such things
they did imagine and were deceived.
They were deceived. Out of everything they said, man, we gonna die. Let us do what we do.
Let's do this.
But they was deceived in what they was doing. Right, Reed?
And were deceived.
For their own wickedness had blinded them. They couldn't see that, man, what am I doing? I shouldn't do this or boom, boom. They couldn't see it. Because God blinded them with their own wickedness. Read.
As for the mysteries of God, they knew them not. Neither hope they for the wages of righteousness, nor discerned a reward for blameless souls. For God created man to be immortal.
God created man to be immortal, to be forever, and made him to be an image of his own eternity. Right? Nevertheless, through envy of the devil came death into the world, and they that do hold of his side do find it. Through envy of the devil, that's why we all gotta die. He said, but the souls of the righteous are in the hands of God, and there are no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise, they seem to die. In the sight of a person that's unwise, you see, all right, the person been righteous, he's doing everything that's lawful and right, and he died. He said, you see, it seems you think he's dead, and the departure is taken from misery.
And they're going from us to utter destruction.
Utter destruction.
But they are in peace.
But they are in peace.
But though they be punished in the sight of men, yet is their hope full of immortality.
Though they be punished in the sight of men, he said, yet there is hope for what?
There is hope for
immortality.
And
having been a little chastised, they shall be greatly rewarded. For God proved them and found them worthy for himself. And I'm going to stop right there. That speaks volume. See, people look at life and say, well, why is this person going through what they're going through? And if they're doing things that is lawful and right by God, then why are they going through this? Because God only proves the righteous. God only proves the man that has that determination to serve God. You're not going to acknowledge or see their reward, right? He said, and having been a little chastised, that was the little chastisement from God, they shall be greatly rewarded. Who's going to give them their reward? God. The Most High. For God proved them and found them worthy for himself. And this is why God put you through certain things to see if you're worthy of me, worthy of the Most High to reward you. That's right. You got to go through it. And with that, I already got what was brought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I'll call the next speaker, teacher, and Chief Mika.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob. Giving all due respect and all honor to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo. Giving all due respect to the chief men, prince men, mothers of Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Okay. We're going to go to Leviticus chapter 11. It said, the Lord spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying unto them, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, these are the beasts which ye shall eat among all the beasts that are on the earth. God made it clear how he wants you to eat also. It's called diet. God also created a diet also to tell you how he wants you to eat. So he said, these are the animals, the beasts are the animals. These are selected few animals that Israel you can eat. And I'm going to tell you what they are, right? He said, whatsoever parted the hoof, right, and is cloven footed, and cheweth the cud, among the beasts, that shall ye eat. So it means, you know, like the deer foot, it got a hoof, right?
Right.
See the hoof, right?
Right.
It has to have a split.
Mm-hmm.
You have some animals that have the hoof, but it's one piece there's no split. That hoof has to have a split. So when you look at the deer foot, you see two parts. You see his cloven foot, meaning it comes to a point. But in between it, there's a split. So it has to have that characteristic. He said, and chew it the cud. The cud is meaning that it has more than one stomach. So when it chews his grass, it goes into one stomach and it regurgitates back into its mouth to break down the grass more. And then it goes into another stomach. I don't know how many stomachs, but I know it's more than one stomach. Well, this animal.
The biggest.
11, verse 2. So verse 3. So these animals, you want to eat some of these animals here, they have to have a hoof, first of all. Can't be paws. You can't eat something that has paws. All right?
Right.
Or claws, like a bear. This is why the Most High made specifications. Only the animals that have hoof and cloven footed chew the cud. He said, among the beasts that ye shall eat. These are only the ones that you can eat amongst them. Come see.
Whatsoever part of the hoof and his cloven.
4.
Nevertheless, these shall ye eat of them that chew the cud, or of them that divide the hoof, as the camel, because he chewed the cud,
but divided not the
but
hoof.
Divided not the hoof.
He said, now you're going to show
He
you,
is
for
unclean
example,
unto you.
there are some animals that got only one characteristic, meaning the camel, he chewed the cud. You always see the camel chewing something, but he don't have a hoof. Okay? He got a hoof, but it's not divided.
Yeah.
The horses, they have a hoof, but it's not divided. If you look at a horse hoof, you're going to see one piece. If you look at the deer foot or a gazelle's foot, you're going to see two pieces.
Yeah.
That's the split. That's the split in the hoof. So it has to have that on his hoof, and it has to chew the cud. The camel now, you know, the animal with the hump on his back is a very distinctive animal. Okay? They are used for traveling, but you don't have to give them that much water like you do a horse. They don't get as tired as a horse. That's why you could use them when you see them mostly in desert areas. In areas where it's desert. But you can't eat them. Okay? Hebrews was the only ones that didn't eat camel. Yeah, people still eat camel today.
Yeah.
He said the coney, verse 5, and the coney. The coney is the rabbit, hare, and coney. Those three are all the same. When you see coney, that's rabbits. That's the hares. Like Coney Island, the reason why it was named there because a lot of rabbits lived out there at that time. Okay? He chews the cud. Rabbits chew the cud. They chew the cud. They stay chewing. You feel them like this? They stay chewing. They stay chewing. He said, but divided not the hoof. He is unclean unto you.
Yeah.
See, God knew in future times what the world was going to eat. He knew what the delicacy was going to be like. He knew what the dishes was going to be like.
Yeah.
See, this is why this was made now. For you not to be like everybody else. Because you got people that hunt for rabbits. They hunt rabbits, they eat it. You got people that hunt possum. Remember that night we saw that possum in the backyard?
Yeah.
In the back here? What does it look like to you? What does a possum look like to you, brother?
Right.
A rat. It is a big, giant rat. Possums, beavers, muskrats, moles. They're all in that family. And you have people who hunt that down. They hunt possums, kill it, skin it, and make possum pie. You know, chicken pot pie? They got possum pot pie. You got people who hunt raccoons and eat it. This is why the Most High gave us this diet. You had people who would take roadkill and pick it up with an animal that got killed on the road by a car. Because that happens. You see cats. It happens out here to the cats. You walk in the street and see a dead cat with his guts busted open, right? Mm. That's what you call roadkill. An animal that got slaughtered by another animal, that got sick and just died. You walking around, you see birds on the floor, they're dead. Ain't no cat gonna come eat that bird. And they eat birds. But why? He's sick. And they can smell it. That's why God gave this diet. So he said, the rabbits, you can't eat rabbit. It'll be unclean to you. Because he chewed the cud. Chew the cud meaning animals that have more than one stomach. Once they have more than one stomach, they eat. The food go in one stomach and they regurgitate. They throw it up. What we call throw up. They throw it up, they eat it again, and they go down to another stomach. It has to have that, it has to be able to do that. The rabbit does that, but he got paws. He don't have a hoof. So it's unclean, meaning it is not fit to be eaten by God's commandments. Verse 7, and the swine is the swine, the pig, the hog, right? He said, though he divided the hoof, now he's cloven footed like a deer foot, and he got a split. He said, but yet he chewed not the cud. He don't chew the cud. He got one stomach. He got one stomach. And he's like the garbage disposal. I've seen that. Roughage and garbage. That's what they feed. There's no such thing as pig feed. There's no feed for pigs. No. They get the refuse, the garbage, and they eat that. They don't chew the cud. Of their flesh shall ye not eat. Now these animals like rabbit, the hog, the swine, the pig, camels, horses, raccoons, possums, all these things are forbidden by these commandments to eat because they don't have both characteristics. Either they chew the cud and are not split in the hoof, or split in the hoof and don't chew the cud. So they're out. He said, of their flesh shall ye not eat. So you can't kill it and eat the meat that comes from these animals. And their carcass shall ye not touch. When the animal is dead, you can't even touch it. You can't touch it. Okay? He said, they are unclean to you. Okay. Meaning, treat this thing like they got a pile of garbage, dirt, and feces on it. Okay. Treat it like that. Can't play football. You don't even want to. You want to be careful when you buy when you buy anything that's made of leather, because they get leather from cows, they get leathers from pigs. And car seats. Okay, leather just means the skin of an animal. Doesn't come from one. That's all leather means. And the way you can make that difference is pigs their pores are big. They got pores, holes all over their body, all over their skin. They're the only animal that has that characteristic. Okay, cow leather from cows, you won't see it. That's how we're able to tell. You gotta be careful with that. You can't wear mink coats because a mink doesn't chew the cud and it has claws. All right? There's people wear mink coats, they wear coyotes, you have possum coats, raccoon hats, they make hats out of raccoons. Yeah. All these things we can't involve ourselves with. Touching, wearing it, or eating of it. When, like I said, the body of these animals, you can't even touch it, let alone to eat them. Verse 9. He said, now that covers animals. Now, the only animals that are allowed to eat, that they ate, that they stuck to and they ate, was anything in the deer family. Now, deers, gazelles, the roebuck, the fallow deer, all these, you got to go out and catch them. There's no farm of deers. Some animals you can't bring in the house and train it. They call it domesticate. Some animals cannot be domesticated. They are wild, and their habitat is not to be in this house. Look, I had a cat, and for some reason, this cat didn't like staying in the house. There are a lot of cats, they're not gonna stay in the house. He got an urge to go outside. And then you got most cats, and they come up in the house, you open up that door, they're gonna look like, what is that out there? It's a whole nother world. They're gonna be scared. Take Casey right now, put her in the hallway, close the door, she gonna start crying. When you open that door, she gonna run back in here. Why? She don't know nothing but what she see in this house here. When you put her outside, it's a big world. She's like, you took her out of, that's like taking you and putting you somewhere where you've never been, you don't know where you at. Mm-hmm. And you're just looking around, you're like, where am I? Mm-hmm. That's how they feel. That's domestication. A wild animal, you put him outside, he gonna run and find a spot, go eat, go sleep. So deers, you gotta go hunt if you want that. But the domesticated animals that God allowed them to eat were cows, bulls, ox, sheep, lamb, goats. Okay, they didn't eat buffalo. They didn't eat giraffe. They didn't eat all these other animals because they weren't in Israel. Certain animals are only in certain parts of the world. Back then, they didn't have, buffaloes did not inhabit Israel or the Middle East. You found that here. Like turkey, like the bird, turkeys. Mm-hmm. Turkeys only existed here in North America. It's not in Persia. It's not in Israel. It's not in Africa. Yeah, it may be there now because men have imported these things, right? But before the imports, before people found land, and oh, it's a new land. Oh, what bird is that? And they start getting them and taking them somewhere else. Turkeys was only here in North America. That's why they're all over. You go to state New York, in the woods, you see them all over. Mm-hmm. At night, they climb up in the trees and go to sleep. Right. And you can see, when they use the bathroom, you can see it on the trees. That's how you know turkeys are around, because they hunt those. Okay? And that bird came from, what, vulture? Yeah, vulture. And buzzard. It's crossed with vultures and buzzard. Men took a lot of birds that were clean and crossbred them. Mm-hmm. All right? This is where you get Gallus domesticus gallus. Right. Gallus domesticus gallus. You know what that means? It means it's a subspecies. It means I took an original, a clean bird, and I mated it and bred it with an unclean bird. Mm-hmm. So they took quail, which is a clean bird, by God, because God gave them quails. Okay? And later on, man took chicken and crossbred them with quails. That's why today, when you look it up, it's going to say they're in the same family. And when you look up Gallus domesticus gallus, you know what that means? It means a subspecies of a creature or animal or person. Mm-hmm. Subspecies means it was made in a lab. It was scientifically made. It was grafted. It was seeded together with something else. That's why. But chicken is an unclean bird. Turkeys are an unclean bird. We're going to get to the birds. Mm-hmm. But I had to clarify that part because a lot of Israelites, they read and don't understand the meaning of the words that they're reading. Mm-hmm. Okay? I'm going to leave that and we're going to go that. We're going to get to that. But I had to put that out there right now because chicken and quails are not out of the same family. Right. They had they did not man crossbred them. Mm-hmm. No. Man crossbred them. Yeah. Most of the birds in this world come from theropods, which are dinosaurs. Mm-hmm. 99% of the birds in the world come from dinosaurs.
Yeah.
They're unclean and unfit to eat. We're going to see. Right now, it said, these shall ye eat of all that are in the waters. Verse 9. Now, we covered all the animals that you can eat. Okay? Now we're going to go into the waters. All right? What can you eat in the waters and what you can't eat that you get out the water? That you get out the river, that you get out the people fish for it, they spear it, or they net it. That's how you're going to get it. You ain't going to catch it. Anything in the water, that's how you're going to catch it, right or wrong. With spear, hook, or net. It said, these you shall eat in the waters, whatsoever hath fins and scales. You know what that means? When you get a fish, you fish, boom, you get a fish. The fish has to have scales. Those, they call it plates. Because that's their armor. You know that, right? That protects them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? From certain things. And if you look at it, you see like a rainbowish hue. If you take a plate off a fish and hold it in the light, you're going to see different colors. That helps camouflage them down there from bigger fishes. If they move a certain way, it don't even look like he's there. And he can get away. That also helps them. But God says they have to have fins and scales. The fins are the flappers, the paddles. See, when you're in a canoe, you use what? Oars. You use a paddle, right? That paddle is attached to the fish. That's a fin. You need that to move. You need that to move. The fish has to have fins and scales. Has to have both. Now, I heard about certain fishes. They say there's tuna, and I've read that there's tuna that don't have scales. There's tuna that has scales. I'll leave it alone because it's something. All right, why all whiting fish have scales? You don't have some whiting fish that don't have scales, right? Right or wrong?
Right.
Red snapper got scales. There's no red snappers that don't have scales.
No.
Right or wrong? If the fish got scales, it got scales. So when in doubt, do it out. Man has tampered with a lot of things over the course of the years. They don't put stuff in the ground. They give your kids stuff, all those shots, certain things. There's a lot of stuff they contaminate and poison up. Seafood, which is called crabs, lobsters, shrimps, oysters, mussels. Mussels. They look like snails. They're sea snails.
It's
right?
slippery.
Lobsters. Lobsters.
How you eat that?
Okay. See how we got insects flying around here? You got roaches, right?
Yep.
If I catch a water bug right now and put it up on the wall, put it on his back so you can see the bottom, the inside, how he look, and get a lobster, put him right next to him, you're going to see the same thing. They have the same anatomy, down to the antenna. The shrimp also. Where do they habitate? Where are you going to find lobsters and shrimp and all that? Where? One man said the bottom. What is on the bottom? You ever had a fish aquarium, a fish tank? Anybody ever had a fish tank? I used to spend hours watching fish. When they use the bathroom,
it drops.
They just use the bathroom as they swim.
Yeah.
And it drops. It drops. Boom.
Everything, dead fish, everything.
Right. And my Ima bought 2 catfishes. Remember? The 2 little black catfishes. Right? Now, catfishes got fins, but they don't have scales. So they are unclean to eat. And that's a delicacy down south. You could go to restaurants and get catfish. Up here, you can get catfish. Okay? But that catfish, I watched 2 of them. She had 2 of them. And they didn't even eat the food that we gave the fish. You know what their food was? The garbage at the bottom of the tank. they ate the feces and whatever garbage, whatever refuse. They cleaned the glass, the inside of the glass. They used to stick on the inside of the glass, and you see them. They clean
The
it.
algae.
Algae. They call them algae eaters.
The green stuff they used to eat.
These same fish go on top of whales and clean whales. You're cleaning bugs that be in the water. I mean, you're eating bugs that clean the waters. The water's clean. I call it the sanitation. You got sanitation. I told my man, he said, yeah, man, we don't eat. My man said, yo, we don't eat no pork, man. Yeah, blah. I said, yo, but I'll be seeing you eat crabs and shrimps. That stuff is the same thing. He said, how? I said, because you got sanitation on the land, sanitation in the sea, sanitation in the air. Okay? You got the pigs and certain animals. They're not going to eat food. They're not going to eat certain things. They're going to eat throwaway, refuse, dead carcasses, and stuff like that. Look at the hyenas. You ain't going to see no hyena eating grass.
No.
You ain't going to see lions eating grass. They eat raw flesh. They hunt, they kill, sit down and eat everything. The fat, the bone, the gristle, everything. So in the waters, you can only eat fish that have fins and scales. That's them plates. All right? I ain't messing with tuna because they say some have fins and some have scales. I've never heard of a fish like that. Somebody tampered with them. So we don't know if it was really an unclean fish that they tried to put scales on or a clean fish. They tried to take the scales off. Because man does things like this. They take fruits. They take two different fruits and put them together and come up with a brand new fruit. That's not correct by God either. Okay? So all that seafood, shrimp fried rice, crab cakes. Yeah, they make cakes out the same way you make salmon patties. They take the unclean fish and make cakes out. They cook this stuff. They put it in the food. So I explained this to my man. And he said, wow, that makes sense. I said, yo, shrimps, all that lobsters. And I got on the phone and I showed him a roach and a lobster. Same parts. They do the same thing. They're creepers down there. God said, don't eat that. We don't eat whales, dolphins. Dolphins have fins, but they're smooth. They don't have no scales. Only the ones, sharks. We don't eat sharks. And people eat sharks. People eat sharks. People eat everything on this planet. You'd be surprised. He said, and all that have not fins and scales in the seas and in the rivers, of all that move in the waters, and of any living thing that is in the waters, they shall be an abomination unto you. They got a fish called conch. Okay? It's a fish called conch. It'd be I know people from Jamaica, Barbados, and Trinidad. I know that. I know a lot of people, and they that's a specialty down there. It's like it look like a shell. It's a fish, but it don't look like a regular fish. It don't have fins or scales. It's called conch. And people eat that too. You got snakes that live, you got sea snakes that live underwater. People eat those too. Verse 11, they shall be an abomination unto you. You shall not eat of their flesh, but you shall have their carcasses an abomination. So this is why we get our fish from the Jewish people. Why? Because at least they follow this. You're not going to go there and see seafood, which is shrimps and lobsters and crabs and stuff there. You're not going to see that there. They're only going to have clean fish there. But we get our fish there. They shall be an abomination unto you. You shall not eat of their flesh, but you shall have their carcasses an abomination. Whatsoever hath no fins nor scales in the waters, that shall be an abomination unto you. And these are they which ye shall have an abomination among the fowls. Now these are the birds. They shall not be eaten. They are an abomination. He said this. Now we're going to read a list and names of birds that are unclean, that are forbidden to eat. The eagle. We know what the eagle is. The bald eagle, the symbol of this country. Right? The ossifrage and the osprey. These are birds that hang by the sea, by the water. All of these are birds of prey. These are hunters. Okay? And you have some that live in the mountains, some that live by the waters. These live by the waters. And the vulture, you know what the vulture is. And these are birds, they wait for you to die. They ain't going to attack you and kill you. They sit right there and wait for you to die. Or they wait till the lions finish feeding. When the lions leave off and go sit down, the birds come and they start eating. Okay? The kite. The kite is another type of is another type of vulture. You find this in Africa and Australia. All right, it's a small black scavenger bird. Now, every time you're gonna hear me say "after their kind," you know what that means? The kite or the eagle, after their kind, meaning the eagle and every bird in the family of the eagle, like the hawk. See, the hawk isn't mentioned, right? The hawk is mentioned, but it's in the eagle family. You understand what I'm saying? The condor, that's in the eagle family and in the hawk family. These are big, giant predatory birds. The raven, you know, you heard of ravens. It's an all black bird. It's like a crow. Crows are family to ravens. And the owl. The owl is a night bird. You're not going to see this owl in the daytime. There's only one type of owl that come out in the day. Every other owl known to man, it comes out at night. Those things are big. The biggest owl I ever seen, he was like this. His head was like this. His head was big. And he could turn his head completely around. I seen an owl turn his head all the way around. And they attack like raccoons, small baby raccoons and possums and rats and stuff. These are all predatory birds. And the cuckow and the hawk after his kind, and the little owl. See, you got the owl, the owl, the little owl. These are all the birds in their families. Okay, the cormorant and the great owl. Now, in the Hebrew, where it says great owl, it says yansuf. Yansuf in the Hebrew means turkey buzzard or turkey vulture. Okay? Now, I'm going to say it again. Turkeys was here in the western part, and they're all up in China. In the Middle East, turkeys wouldn't exist. They need woodland area. Okay? You didn't find that in Israel. You didn't find these two birds you couldn't find in ancient Israel. That was turkeys and chickens. Okay? Turkeys and chickens. Matter of fact, chickens are not even mentioned in the Old Testament. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, so look up for the word chicken in Hebrew. Wherever you see it at, look what it's saying in Hebrews. It's not going to say chicken. If you can find it in there. That they didn't start importing chickens into Israel until after they came back from the Babylonian captivity. They started importing it. Okay? The chicken come from a jungle fowl, a jungle bird, a regular old unclean jungle bird. Okay? And they took them and bred them until you got what is the chicken today. He said, and the swan, another water bird. You can't eat swans. You can't eat flamingos, peacocks. All these birds are unclean. The heron, the stork, the pelican. You know the pelican with the big, you got a big beak, big long beak, big deep beak. And the gier eagle. And the lapwing, and the bat. Yo, I saw a girl eat bat meat on the internet, and they arrested her. She got in trouble because you can't. That's hazardous. Number one, that's a highly poisonous bird. That is where COVID came from. You get all types of rabies, all types of viruses. Their anatomy is made that they can eat poison and don't die. They can catch a virus and don't die. They can catch flus and all these things and don't die. So man takes the bat and want to go inside the bat to figure out how that's happening so that he can make something and give it to the world so the whole world will be able to throw off diseases. See, man is wicked. Man does not want to conform to God's commandments. And they know that there's a penalty. It's a penalty. Man knows it's a penalty. So what they do is use science to try to counter the penalties. They want to be able to break these commandments and not receive the penalties. That's what science is all about, just to let you know. But I said it's not about science. It's about what God said and what God put there. It's not about science. So science, they're trying to find ships. They want to get off. They want to go out there. You're not leaving. You're not even getting off this planet. You're not going out there. Where are you going? You can't even get up there. Oh, we're going to be all out here, out in the deep space. You ain't going out there. You think you're going out there. You think you're going out there. You think you went over here. You think you went over there. It said the greater light to rule the light, the lesser light to rule the night. Ain't no way you're going to be able. That's a lot of radiation, man. We get radiation from these things down here. Mm-hmm. So imagine going up there. There's nothing you can build in a ship to protect you from that. This is not Star Wars. This is not Star Trek. Okay, this is not Space 1999. All that is science. And you know what they're trying to do? In all those movies I just mentioned, you know what the goal is? You do what I want and we live how we want on this planet. And when the planet starts to die, like this planet is starting to die because you use up its resources, things, stuff you don't have to use, right? What they want to do, they leave. They get in ships, they leave and colonize another planet. That's what they do in all these sci-fi flicks. Okay? They're telling you this is what we're trying to do in real life because this planet is going to die. God said it. It's going to hit it. It's going to sink one day. Mm-hmm. It said, save the earth foundation, recycling. All these things are going to help. You're not supposed to be making plastic. You're not supposed to be fossil fuel burning. They didn't live like that in the ancient world. No country lived like that in the ancient world. We didn't need gas. You didn't need gas. So all these things left the earth in its natural state that God made it. But man in his wickedness and then, hey, I can take over and make it to where everybody need this. And now you got to pay me for it. Okay? It's digging into the core. Into the core. You got something round. And I take a drill and I keep drilling into the like an orange or apple. After I get into the middle, you're gonna see it start to break. Right or wrong? That's how it goes. That's what they're doing. And these things is being done all over the planet. So what they're trying to do is create means of escaping punishment with these laws. That's why I say science is
all fowls that creep, going upon all fours, shall be an abomination unto you. Yet these may you eat of every flying, creeping thing that goeth upon all fours.
Things that creep and fly, we call them insects. And you got some insects, they don't fly. And you got some that creep and fly. Like the fly. He can land and creep, and then he can fly. Roaches, they don't fly, they creep. But they get big and turn into water bugs. But not all water bugs fly either. I see some of them trying to get their wings out. I'm chasing them down, trying to get him, and his wings coming out, but he didn't get to that part where he can do that yet. Mm-hmm. And you got some of them, they fly. Ping, and they stick on the wall for a little bit, and then get up and fly again. I don't like, me personally, I'm not too fond of those things. Pestilence, I run, I leave. I don't like them things. One time, we went down in the hallway. It was summertime. Somebody left the door open, and one came in the hallway. I looked and saw it. You know what I did? Closed the hallway door, and I stood outside all night.
Rain.
But nah, let them fly around. See, I'm mad. God told me to be dominant with all these species of animals, and we have the intellect to tame them and dominate them. Mm-hmm. So I said, you know what? Fly around. He gonna get tired. He fly around after a while. Boom, he got tired. I grabbed the broom, killed him. But you have insects. Some fly, some creep, some crawl, some, You can't eat these things. In Chinatown, they have chocolate-covered roaches. Yeah. They have chocolate-covered ants. Yeah. My Abba showed me this. Yeah. One time we was uptown and we walking. He said, "Hey, you want to see something? Come here. I'll show you this, man." He said, "Look." I'm looking. It looked like raisins. It looked like, and it's in a heater, so you see the smoke. It smell good. You smell it. He said, "Yeah." I looked. It said chocolate-covered ants, such and such a pound. Chocolate-covered roaches, such and such a pound. Chocolate-covered worms, such and such a pound. Chinatown.
That's great.
So we went to get the drink. Ginseng. We went to get the root. You gotta go deep in Chinatown and get the actual root. But they have a crazy diet too. They have a diet that make other heathens be like, wow. Asians, Japanese, and Chinese, they eat guinea pigs. Ew. Yeah. All right. They eat ferrets. They eat rats. They eat dogs. They eat cats. Oh my gosh. You think you're eating something out there? You think you're eating chicken at the Chinese restaurant? You're eating rats, dogs, cats, and rabbits. Mm-hmm. I seen a documentary. They took a chicken, took all the feathers out, chopped it up, and took they call that part, the leg part, the drumstick, the wing, and the breast. And they took a rabbit and they did the same thing. Do you know those things look the same? It looked the same as the rabbit. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
McDonald's.
You wouldn't be, it's horse meat. McDonald's and Burger King, I know this for a fact because they got caught in Europe, in London. Okay? The shipment came from over here. Horse meat. Horse meat? Yes. Yeah. They say 100% Angus beef. What is that? It's horse meat. They tell you that. Yeah. They tell the people that. But it's horse meat. It's horse meat. Yeah.
Hot dog soup.
Hot dogs is all types of meat put in one.
Vegetable.
With the blood, the fat, the bones, the gristle, everything. Whatever's left in the slaughterhouse, they season it, put it together in a machine, and it's like a little skin. That skin, you know that skin, you know where that come from? That's the intestine.
We as Israel.
And the guts, that's the lining of the guts. They take that, and that's what they make hot dogs and sausages with.
We as Israelites, we're not supposed to be eating hot dogs.
No.
Cold cuts,
turkey,
salami.
No.
We ain't gonna be eating none of that because you don't know damn like where you get that with.
Yeah.
We don't know nothing about the meats.
And you on these campuses.
Look. Even if they was good, I'm still not getting it from them. You know why? But they be in trucks. Yeah. The workers sit on it. See, you gotta be around you gotta be in the back, in the kitchens, you gotta be around the deliveries. You will see, even if the food is clean, you ain't gonna want to eat it when you see the process it go through. Yeah. So much more is unclean food going through that dirty process. The workers, boar's head ham and all that stuff being there, right? They They sell ham too. Okay? They sell ham too. Same company, they sell all types of meats. They just ain't bringing the ham to yours, but they're bringing all the other meats there. That's unclean too.
Yeah.
All of it's contaminated. And it got some of the workers that work, it got some of his sneeze, his cough. And he sits on it. They sit on the food. All right? So you're eating real messed up, contaminated, unclean food. Back then, you made your own kill.
Yeah.
There were no stores. They control you by taking these independent skills away. So you rely on them to eat by going to their stores. By the time it gets to you, it ain't the animal that it was.
Correct.
Tamsi.
Yet these may ye eat of every flying, creeping thing that goeth upon all four, which have legs above their feet to leap withal upon the earth. Even these.
Now, there are an exceptions amongst the so-called insects.
Mm-hmm.
He said all the ones which has legs, they gotta have legs above their feet. A lot of insects only got feet, or they don't have none at all.
Mm-hmm.
Or they got many legs and feet, like centipedes and millipedes, right? The ones that don't have no legs and feet are worms or snails. A snail is just a big, thick worm, a thicker worm that lives in a shell. He keeps his house with him. He don't have to dig no hole. But in order for him to travel, he has to secrete a chemical. I don't know what it's made of. I don't know what that little blob with two eyes and an antenna. God equipped it with slime.
Slime?
Because it don't have legs and it can't move. It don't have wings, and it got that head, that shell on his back.
Yeah.
That's his house. Imagine carrying your house on your back with you all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So you gotta be heavy, yes, little brother. So the slime helps him slide. It's move and slide.
Mm-hmm.
You can't eat that.
Mm-hmm.
People eat snails.
Yep.
You can't eat that. But you can eat the locusts. It said the locusts, even of them ye may eat the locusts, grasshoppers. You can eat that. People say, ew, but people are eating roaches.
Mm-hmm.
But God say you can eat the locusts.
Right.
The grasshopper. Yeah, at night you hear that. You hear crickets. Crickets, locusts, and grasshoppers. They're all in the same family. You can eat those. You know, in the summertime you hear them. You hear a bunch of them. Those are good. God said it.
Mm-hmm.
He made everything.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't make everything. You didn't make everything. God made everything.
Mm-hmm.
And he designed our bodies according to this planet. So there are certain things you can't eat. There are certain things you can eat. So the things that you can't eat makes you unclean to God. Makes you, he sees something in you. You can't see it. You see something in you that it's disgusting. Get away from it. It's unclean. Can't deal with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the word. That's the best way I can describe the word unclean. Because we can't see it.
Right.
God see it. It's in the spirit. It's something in the spirit. Okay? Oh, my hands are dirty and I gotta wash my hands. That's not unclean. Unclean is when a woman is on her period. At that moment, the whole time she's on her period, she is set apart. She is unclean.
Right.
Unclean means you can't go having sex with her right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He said, oh, well, I'm good, baby. I only bleed for 3 days.
You got 4 more days to go.
You got 4 more days to go. You got to count 7 days. She has to count 7 days. Some women go past it. So they say, okay, whenever she stopped bleeding, then you can start counting.
Mm-hmm.
So the man got to stay away from her. And she got to stay away from him.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go up in there and messing around. And whatever she sit on, Whatever she lays on is also unclean. It belongs to her now.
Forever. Yeah.
It said it shall be for her separateness. So when when a woman gets a period, she only get it one time. They get this every 28-day cycle until they reach a certain age in life. Then they go through what is called menopause. You go from menstruation to menopause. The pause, the menstruation is being paused. That's where the word comes from. Now it got paused, it got stopped. But until then, that's how you got to do it. So that's another reason why the man is allowed to have more than one wife. That's another reason. It's a whole bunch of reasons. Number one is God said it, and he put the stipulations. You have enough money, you can do it, do it. That's it. That's it. You're God, just like me. Go ahead, I made women for you. They are supposed to serve you. Her desire is supposed to be to her husband. And in order for you to fill up the planet and keep this going, everybody ain't gonna be able to do it having one woman. You're gonna have to have some men that have 13 women. Right. You're gonna have to have some men that got 1,000 women like Solomon. Right. All kings had more than one woman, except the kings today. All ancient kings had concubines. They had different, like this. That's how you make everything plenteous. Well, man.
22. Mm-hmm. Even these of them you may eat. The locust after his kind, and the bald locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind.
The beetle. The beetle is a clean insect to eat. Yeah. Don't look at me. God said it. Right. See, this is the thing, man. We are so used to heathenistic thinking, and we're so used to what they show us and what we see on TV, we're so used to it. That's what we accept God. We use these ideals, right? We use it to accept or not accept God's law. You understand? I don't know if y'all understand me. Me thinking like an American, right? I read these laws, and the American that I am makes me choose because I'm American. Right. So as an American, I don't feel this is right. What about the woman? What about the man? What about the child? What about no such thing? That's why God told those people, when you get out of Egypt, when I bring you out of Egypt, forget everything you learned in Egypt. Mm-hmm. You got to forget everything you learned about God before you came here. Because it's all fake. It's all a lie. It is not true. Sure. For you to get this, because you're going to hear some stuff in here. You're going to go, oh, wait a minute. This is... I don't feel that. I feel wrong. You're going to read certain things in here, and it's not going to seem right to you. Why? Because you are accustomed to the ways of the world, which is the nations, which is the goings, which is the heathen, which are people who live by their own govern, their own rules, and their own ordinances. They have their own order. They have their own diet. You know what the heathen's diet is? You can eat anything you want. You can eat anything you want. There's no diet. The American diet. You ever heard about it?
No.
The European diet. Have you ever heard about it? Mm. You ain't gonna never hear about it. When people go to church, does Jake tell them what to eat, what not to eat? Does he advise them the things to eat and not to eat?
No.
Does he tell them, yo, man, when you do this thing, this is an abomination?
Nope.
Do any of those idols do that?
Everything goes with it.
Everything goes. Do they tell you, hey, man, you ain't supposed to lay down with your mother? Nope. Do you see that in there? You ain't supposed to lay with your sister. You ain't supposed to lay with an animal. You see that here in the Old Testament. You don't see things like that in the New Testament. You don't see things like that nowhere. In here, it tells the aunt, you ain't supposed to be looking at your nephew like that. Okay? In here, it says, hey, man, go and hunt the animal and make the live kill. Don't eat that. You don't know how it died. This tells you, hey, I cut myself by accident. What most people do? I want you to answer, brother. I cut my finger and it's bleeding. What most people do? Thank you. Don't be afraid to say the normal, because I need you to say what is normal today. Most people do that. Can't do that. You're eating blood. You're eating your blood. We are not supposed to consume blood, even with the animals that God allow us to eat. It is, see, it's another thing now. Being that you don't catch your own. See, these people, they had their own. They could go right in their backyard, pick a cow, hit it up, do whatever they're going to do, and they'll be eating later. You can't do that. I can't do that. We don't have that luxury no more. You got to go to the store. It's there already waiting for you, how they prepared it. So when I go and I get my animal and I hit it up, I hit the neck so that all the blood come out. That takes a long time. It takes hours, 6, 7 hours. The bigger the animal, the more the hours. That cow or that bull gonna bleed out. After a while, ain't no more blood coming out that body. No more. Now I can cut it up, put it on the fire and cook it and eat it or whatever. Because what? Don't have the blood in it. So it's not only just, oh, you can't eat this animal. The ones that you can't eat has to be prepared without the blood in it. And if you cook it over an open fire, you don't have to worry about the fat, because you're not supposed to eat fat either. Right. Fat and blood we're not supposed to eat. You only gonna get fat and blood from eating meat, which is flesh. So even if the flesh is clean, you can't eat the blood of that flesh or the fat of that flesh. The only thing that takes that fat off is an open fire pit. The fire has to hit the meat directly. If you put it in a pan or in an oven, that's not gonna work. It's gonna cook into the meat, and you're gonna be eating with the fat. It's not gonna work. You can't get blood out. Once the heat touches the meat, the blood gets hard, and it looks like it's part of the meat. It's called congeal. The blood, the one's blood, once you put fire to any blood on this planet, it turns into a solid. It gets congealed. It turns into a solid. And it's part of that meat now. Okay? So we can't eat fat, we can't eat blood. Now you're getting this stuff, you go into the what you call it? To the supermarket. You go to the supermarket, you get let me see. You go, to get steak. You feel like eating a steak today. When you go to the supermarket, the steaks is there. What's beside the steak? Pork chops. Yeah. That's number one. Number two, I don't know how that animal died. Mm-hmm. For me to follow God's commandment, because his command says, you shall not eat anything that died of itself or that was torn by another animal. Mm-hmm. How do I know how that animal died? I saw a documentary where people were bringing cows to the slaughter, and these cows were sick. You remember that video?
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it. But the cows, you know when you catch a cold, and your mouth is full of mucus, full of cold, that's what the cow, you can tell the cow is sick.
Yeah.
And he can't even walk. His bones, if he try to walk, he's going to break his bones. They're sick, about to die. And they dragged them into the slaughterhouse, and they still killed them and package them up and put them out there. Why do you think people be getting sick?
Yeah.
Every month there's a recall. Where do you think E. coli come from? Where do you think this stuff come from? Because your meat is not supposed to be handled and eaten. You're supposed to eat. Everybody had their own flesh. Flesh was something personal. That's the only way you can follow these commandments. That's why we don't eat certain things out here. That's why we don't eat that. We don't eat that. We don't eat that because we don't know how it got to this in front of me. This thing could have been sick. It got blood in it. It got fat in it because we're the only ones that do this. So you can't eat from nobody. You can't eat from nobody. The lady downstairs, she know that. She still gets me a place of food, so I give it to another lady. I'm not eating that. When you see how your boss is, he keeps insisting that you get a bagel from the deli. That's the adversary pushing him.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know how this works. When you're trying to do this, brother, you trying to do this, you're going to have somebody that's going to tell you, man, that ain't about nothing. That's how you know you're doing the right thing.
Right.
See, God gives us a different frame of mind how to think. Okay? We don't look at it and say, well, I'm about to die. I might as well get everything I can. No. Because according to here, our reward is waiting for us when we die if we do these commandments.
Right.
So the bad guys that don't believe in God and think they're not going to see when you get your reward because they're not going to be with you. They're not going to go where you go to get your reward when you die. You follow these commandments, for real, you die, you get a reward. The reward is you live forever. There is a time when God will bring you back and you're going to live forever. But not amongst these people. Everybody got to go.
Right.
So there's going to be a time when everybody go. That's when God bring them back. It's in there. It's in there. I don't have to go to the Apocrypha. I'm going to tell you something. Israelites, something else, man. No. I don't read these books. We don't read the Apocrypha. It's a great. Okay. I don't need it either. I'll find everything that I'm saying and prove it to you right here. That's why they don't go in certain books. That's why certain Israelites think they only read one chapter. Break the whole chapter down. Some chapters is a continuation of the chapters before, 2-3 chapters before.
Right.
So you telling me something with your own little thing. This is not what it means. The remnant, another. They'll say, well, the Most High got a remnant of Israelites. We the remnant. No, you're not. God told the ones that went into Babylon for 70 years, God called them the remnant. God told them, you are the remnant. He said, then I have a remnant. After 70 years, I will bring the remnant back. Meaning, only a little bit going to come back. What was left from the ones that got scattered? Israel got scattered already. The slave trade was not about Israel being scattered. The Israelites was no more by the time the slave trade came into play. So Deuteronomy 28 was not about the slave trade.
Right.
Deuteronomy said, you're going to go back to Egypt again by the way of ships. That happened way before the slave trade.
Right.
When the European, it's called the European slave trade. All right? Founded by Spain.
That's right.
The base was Sierra Leone in Africa. All blacks got brung there. That's like being brung, that's like when you get arrested, where you go? Rikers Island. Or Brooklyn House. That was Sierra Leone. And this is where slave masters came and picked you out, take you from your baby, take you from your father, take you from your family. You ain't never seeing them again no more. But that happened way after what happened here. The Israelites got their slave trade first. Before all blacks. We were the first blacks to really be enslaved. First, we were slaves in Egypt.
Right.
Nobody was slaves then.
We was the first one.
We was the first ones. That's why God said, yo, man, I got you out of the house of what?
Bondage.
Bondage. Bondage means what? Slavery.
That's right.
And he even told us, yo, don't look at the Egyptians no way. Don't follow them, but don't hate them because you was a slave in their house. You was a stranger in their house. So I don't want you to be this way with nobody else. But we were the first slaves, right? And every time we went against God, God removed the protection. You just stay out of it and let things go down. Because without God, we ain't nothing. Without God, the heathen is greater and more powerful than us. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say this too, because Israelites, I had you thinking that you are blessed, you are perfect, and you are 100% good with God. And I can't do that. Nobody is good with God right now. That's why we have to do this. This is a lifetime thing till you die. You strive for protection every day till you die. There's no time when you come to your life and say, I got it. I completed all God's laws. No, never.
Right.
It's completed when you die.
Right.
All right? That's when. So I'm going to repeat that again. Israelites went into slavery in the Bible times.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay? By the time we got to the European slave trade, the whole all blacks being picked up, ain't no Israelites was around, man. Ain't no Israelites was around. You had Jewish people, European people who took that heritage and was helping the other Europeans, white men, all white men, and they buying and trading us and doing their thing. That's how all these companies are so rich. That's why America is so rich. Imagine you have 10 people that work for you and you don't have to pay for them. You don't have to pay them. You give them what you want. You know how rich you're going to be? You know how cool you know this? Imagine everybody working for Con Ed, that working Con Ed, but nobody get a check. You know how rich that man going to be that on it? Mm-hmm. So imagine, slavery was a big commodity.
Business.
Why do you think Egypt was so strong and cocky? Why do you think? Mm-hmm. And you're right. They had the longest reign. Egypt was running it for a year, all from Abraham time. It was running the world for a long time. Nobody, God, and no other nation took them down. God took them down.
That's right.
You know why? Because I'm going to tell you why. Because first of all, they got the children of God's friend. Okay? Abraham. And he made a promise to Abraham. And he even told Abraham, your children are going to go into slavery. But I'm going to bring them out with a mighty hand. I'm going to get them out. Don't worry about it. So that's number one. Number two, Egypt was very proud against God. Mm-hmm. You know how many deities, how many idols that they had? Mm-hmm. They had an idol that said, this guy, he bring up the sun. This guy bring down the moon. He's the God of this. This is the God of love. Mm-hmm. This is even emotions they put an idol on. The God of anger. Where you get this from? What? And everybody followed Egypt. Everybody in the world followed Egypt and their ideals. Mm-hmm. Okay? Mm-hmm. And their pride was high. God said it, their pride was high. Egyptians looked down on you. They looked down on the Israelites. They looked down on the Hebrews. Oh, y'all mess with animals. We can't eat with y'all. It's an abomination of, what we call today stuck up, bougie. Oh no, I don't sit down with the hoodlums. Yeah. That's how they was. We're better than you. And when they did things. See, it's one thing when you have a servant and you don't mistreat them. But they had slaves and they mistreated the slaves. Mm-hmm. See, it's one thing. Because it said later on, a man said, yo, man, I love my master. I ain't going nowhere. Mm-hmm. You don't hear that too much. You don't hear that. Because to be a slave and a servant is to be mistreated and talked to anyway. Nobody want to be a servant. So it's best to be a servant of God. Because you ain't going to have to answer to man. You won't be obligated to answer to man. Some shit.
and the ball locust after his kind, and the beetle after his kind, and the grasshopper after his kind. But all other flying creeping things which have 4 feet shall be an abomination unto you. And for these ye shall be unclean. Whosoever toucheth their carcass, the carcass of them shall be unclean until the evening. And whosoever beareth aught of the carcass of them shall wash.
You can't even carry the dead bodies of these unclean animals. You can't even carry them. Then you're going to get unclean. You know. Come see.
And whosoever beareth aught of the carcass of them shall wash his clothes and be unclean till the evening. The carcass of every beast which divideth the hoof and is not cloven footed, nor cheweth the cud, are unclean unto you. Every one that toucheth them shall be unclean. And whatsoever goeth upon his paws, among all manner of beasts that go on.
So what animals got paws? Cats, dogs, lions, tigers, bears. All them animals that got paws and got claws, you can't eat those either. I can't kill a bear and wear the coat.
No.
I can't wear a mink coat.
No.
If I'm gonna follow these commandments, though, look, I can do what I want to do. You can do what you want to do. But I'm gonna tell you, if you want to do the right thing, what God say, you gotta leave that stuff alone. Because it may be pretty to us, but it ain't pretty to God. It may be pretty to you, but it ain't pretty to God. You can get a curse wearing these things. Mink stoles, coyote, and those things cost money. They make all the stuff that God don't like, all the stuff that God says unclean, all the stuff that God says an abomination. Man today has taken it and made it expensive, pretty, and shiny, and they put it. They make it to where this is what rich people do. They eat caviar. You can't eat caviar, right? Caviar is any fish egg. It's any egg of any fish. You don't even know what fish it is. And you can't eat fish eggs, period.
No.
You can't eat eggs, period. You have to wait till it hatches to see what type of fish it is, man. They eat caviar eggs. This is what the rich people do. They wear these expensive clothing. And it's all fabrics that are unclean. It's all from animals that are unclean animals. So they eat unclean, they wear unclean. They do abominable things. They do acts that God is like, I don't like when man does this. So are you, Israel, thou shalt not, da, 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 da. That's how these laws came up. It's so that we don't be like them. That's what it is. Now we're going to go to Isaiah 44. I haven't heard sounds like that in a minute. And I would say, what I used to say, what you used to say, yo, man, who ain't nobody getting married in here? We want to see some babies in here. That means it's progress. I ain't heard that in a minute. So all the males, every male baby that come in here, be glued to the teacher. Isaiah 44. They all be glued to the teacher. He only made one sound to you. Yeah, man, I ain't never seen nothing like this before. Tom sheet. Isaiah verse 44.
Yeah, now here.
Before you go to the stay there. Stay right there. Let me just go into one thing here. Squeeze this one in here that just came to me. Everybody stay at Isaiah 44, right? I'm in Jeremiah 10. It says, hear ye the word which the Lord speaking unto you, O house of Israel. It said, thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen. How do you learn? How do you learn? By doing what? Observing, studying, and doing the same. That's how you learn. Okay? Whether you can observe by reading, you can observe by looking, because kids don't read, they observe by watching. So you can observe by studying. That's why I said studying. and finding out. And when I found out, I jump on that. So don't learn the ways of the heathen. Don't learn the way of the heathen. He said way. Usually we hear ways, right? But this is going to go into detail about one specific thing that the heathens do. He's going to detail this. They got many ways, but he said, learn not the way. This is something that they like doing with trees. He said, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. Okay? Don't be superstitious.
Yeah.
That's what that means. Don't look up there and get superstitious. Don't look up, oh, look, a blood moon, an eclipse. You don't care about none of that.
Mm-hmm.
All you know is, oh, it's about to get dark. Sun about to come up. It's about to rain. Keep it simple and plain. Because anything outside of that, you're being superstitious. And we ain't get down with that. Oh, black cat walk across you. Oh, that's bad luck. That's superstitious. No such thing. Why do I have to be associated with feces, with doo-doo, in order to get money? Why a bird got, oh man, you good, man. You got that's good. You gonna get some money. I said, man, get out my face with that, man. Why I gotta be associated with filthy things for some good to come out of it? That's the devil. He gives you good things if you get down and get filthy for him. It's the same procedure. Don't be superstitious. Me and you get up and say the same thing at the same time, same words at the same time. Oh, shoot, knock on wood. Don't be superstitious. Okay? Oh, we're going to pour out a little drink for the dead homies. Don't be superstitious. Blow out the candles. Superstitious. Lighting candles for the dead. Superstitious. Praying and wishing upon stars and superstitious. We can't be doing none of that stuff. I seen a guy take salt and throw it over his shoulder. I said, what the hell are you doing? He said, something about
over his shoulder for luck.
Yeah, for luck or something. I ain't paying no mind. When I used to play football for boys and girls, when I was a junior varsity team, it was this one dude. He would not wash his gear. You know why? For good luck. He keep it that same way. Because he said every time he wear it and keep it this way, good stuff happened to him. All right, you set yourself up for a bad one. See, what the adversary, what the devil do is let you take these superstitious things and play on you, make you look stupid. And your belief is in things that don't have no credit to God. So it's naught for you. And it's going to leave you in that stumper and keep you further. As long as he got you, whatever he got you believing is good, as long as you don't believe that.
Right.
I can't have you believe in that. I'm going to get you. I couldn't get Job. Couldn't get Job, so I'm going to get all of y'all. That's what I get when I read Job. I said, you know what? This guy saying, man, I'm going all over to and fro the earth. He popping junk. I'm going all over the earth, up and down, causing people to turn away from God. That's what he do. In plain and simple words, that's what he do. He make you feel a way. All you got to do is feel a way about something. You ain't going to accept that, right or wrong. That's all you got to do. Make you feel a way. We are so weak. We are not like these people. We are so weak. I'm going to show you we're not like those people. And when these laws, they say when you have a son, and he's a glutton, and he's a drunkard, and you chastise him times. Chastise means you whip them, you don't rough them up, you don't cut off privileges, we call it punishment, you don't do whatever. And he still won't listen. What does it say to do? For the mother and the father to grab hold of him, take him where? To the gates of the city where the judge is at, and have him stoned, have him killed. Will you be able to do that with your son? That's why I said we're not hard like these people. God tested them. Abraham came from Babylon. In Babylon, your firstborn child goes in the fire automatically. Everybody, see, back then it was a different mind frame. I'm gonna tell you something. Even though they served idols, they were dedicated to the idol. We're not dedicated to God. That's the problem. So I don't have time to do this with y'all. I do this, and I think you should do the same. I really think so. Because you have people who have more faith, dedication to idol gods. They really believe this stuff. So we got the true and living God. What happened? Got a lot of obstacles in here and in here. That's the problem. Push yourself. Say, man, why I can't push myself to do the right thing? Man, all you got to do is push yourself, want that kickstart, and the motor get going. Right. But what's stopping you? Ask yourself that. You can't. I have nothing to do with that. You have to. Every individual have to ask yourself, what is stopping me? Something is stopping you. If you know something to be right and you're still not doing it, you're being blocked. You're being held back. Okay? Only you can decide where and who and how that's happening. Right. All right? It said, thus said the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. For the heathen are dismayed at them. The heathen get dismayed at them. Okay? Another example of superstition and looking at the horoscope. That horoscope comes from the studying of the ranges of the stars. Oh, all the planets will align in one straight. And when that happens, listen, man, leave that stuff alone. That's what devil worshippers do. That's what sun worshippers do. That's what moon worshippers do. That's what nature worshippers do. You would be surprised the customs that come from that are being still done today. He said, for the customs of the people, the customs are the traditions. Like our family held this tradition, and now your son here, you're going to hold that same. So he said, well, look, my grandpa did this in his family, my father did it in his family, and I'm going to do it. That's tradition. That's custom. He said, custom of the people are vain. He said, the custom of the people, once you are not in this, you are the people. Okay? It's like when Jacob was on his own, he said he was amongst the children of the East. Right. Do you know how many black nations that is? There are so many black nations that they haven't been named. Everybody is not Israelites. Okay?
That's right.
He said, for one cut a tree. Listen to this. Read that part. Read verse 3.
What?
Verse 3, Jeremiah 10. No, you stay there. You read that. You stay in Isaiah 44.
Jeremiah 10, verse 3.
Read it loud.
Thus says Elohim, learn not the ways of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven. For the heathen are dismayed at them. For the customs of the people are vain.
They're vain. No. You're doing it for nothing. Okay?
For one cutteth a tree out of the forest.
For one cuts a tree. A person, he says, yo, this guy goes in the tree, in the forest, and he cuts down a tree.
The work of the hands of the workmen with the axe.
With the axe.
They deck it with silver and with gold. They fasten it with nails and with hammers, that it move not.
They cut a tree down, bring it in the house, strip it of the branches, and they said they deck it with silver. Deck the halls. Don't they have a song called Deck the Halls?
Right.
They got a song called Deck the Halls. Bonds of high, yeah. All that stuff. That's where they get it. See, God been to, before the song was made, God told you how it was going to go. He said they're going to cut a tree down, they're going to take it in the house, and they're going to deck it with silver and with gold. Thank God I grew up in this. Thank God I never had a Christmas tree. Thank God there was never no Christmas tree in here, and I never had none in my house, and I never allowed it, and I never tolerated it. Because God say, beware for these things. God say, don't do it. Because they don't learn the ways of the heathen. Because you learn the ways of the heathen by what? By family. By tradition. by tradition. Mostly everybody in this world is Christians. There's more Christians than anything in this world. Just remember that. Okay? So this is the dominant, the way of the heathen. This is the dominant way of the heathen. Okay? And Christianity is in every religion. It's in the Arab religion. It's in Asian religion. I don't know, Buddha. I don't care about it. You still celebrating Christmas. I don't care what God they serve. They celebrate Christmas. The Arabs downstairs, they celebrate Christmas. I seen when we was in a 99-cent store the other day. And remember we was complaining. I said, man, I forgot to bring my earphones because all they play is Christmas songs on the radio. They don't play regular R&B and hip hop. When this time come around, all the stores playing these songs. After a while, if you're not a person that's with this, it's gonna get on your nerves. You're gonna want to stop hearing it. I'm a person, I got an ear for music, so it really bugs me, right? I seen an Arab girl with the hijab on and everything, and she's dancing and singing along. They celebrate it too. They believe in Jake and the cross and all that too. We're the only ones that really not with it. And all Israelites are, I'm gonna make this straight and plain. Only 10% of the Israelites in this world don't worship that cross. 90% of the Israelites in this world are down with the New Testament. Most of the Israelites you will watch, all down south, all those guys getting in political, those guys is down with Jake, man. They down with that stuff. That's why I try to tell y'all, all blacks are not Israelites. Whoever listens to this, you're Israelite. Whoever follows this, you're a Hebrew, you're Israelite. That's it. That's it. I don't care what color you are. I don't care if you got one eye. Job wasn't an Israelite. He was, Job wasn't an Israelite. He wasn't in Israel. He never came to Israel. He don't know what Israel looked like. But he served God. He served God so much that a bet was made in the heavens about his integrity. And he passed. The things that he went through, nobody, I don't think, that's what made him excel, because man ain't, what he say? He say, yo, man, he ain't curse you because you got everything good for him. Because that's how man is. That's how man is. Anything not going on in my life, I'll leave my God. I'll leave my God. They did it. They deck it with silver, with gold. They fasten it with nails. They have to put it down on the ground and put it on a stand. Right. Now you don't have to drill nails into it. That was the old way, the old days. Now it comes with a stand. You just put it down in there. Okay? And to hold it fast. That way it don't fall. Because if it was a God, it wouldn't fall. Gods don't fall. Right. Shoot, man. He said they are upright as the palm tree. They're upright. Oh, wow. Rockefeller Center, the big Christmas tree. Everybody go there and look for it. Don't send your kids around this time. Don't make your kids go on no class trips, man. Because where you think they're going? Rockefeller Center. That's where they're going to go, I'm telling you. They go skating. And where they going to be skating around? Christmas tree. You don't want to do that. You don't want to orchestrate your children into that. Don't tell me nothing about fun. These kids needs to know now who God is, so they can have the discipline to stick to these commandments. They have to have a chance. Give them a chance. Give them a chance. He said, but speak not. He said, they stand up, but they don't speak. They can't speak. He said, they must needs be born because they cannot go. For me to take it from one room to the other, I got to carry it. How is it? Come on, man. He said, I got to carry him. I got to carry my God. Wow. Be not afraid of them. People are afraid. They say, yo, man, say, forget the cross. Say, forget Jake. Oh, no, people are scared because the fear has been instilled in them from young. and they're used to it. So it take a lot of time now to get this out. It's not a guarantee because there are people who have said, forget Jake, and he's still here, and he ain't going nowhere. Nowhere.
So I tell her every time we walk past the church, I tell her, curse it.
That's right. That's on GP.
Curse it and spit at it now.
That's right, on GP. On GP. Because this is the thing that's going to save you and your children.
That's right.
Forget the world. Forget what the world wants you to go down with them. Misery love company. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. My life is all messed up and yours is all good. I'm hating. I'm going to hate. Okay? That's what it's all about. He said, be not afraid of them. Why God said, don't be afraid of them? He said, for they cannot do evil. They can't do you bad. He said, neither is it in them to do good. They can't do you no good. They don't do no good. They don't do bad. But you're following something that is of old that you don't even know the actual origin of. It's made of craziness. A demented man who hated God named Nimrod. He hated God, okay? He didn't like the fact that God put the world on the flood and destroyed his fathers. This is the only human being in the world that got a problem with God for it. Everybody else went on with their life except this guy. Yeah. Why you gotta have a problem with it? And then he takes over everything. He became the king here, the king. He became the first king on this planet. First known king. Right? He was a tyrant. And then he said, the Most High ain't God, I'm God.
Nimrod, he was something else.
Right?
Yeah.
That's how this whole thing started. This is how religion and paganism started. And every nation and every people got a version of it with a twist and a little sprinkle of salt. And that's been going on and going on and going on to today. He said, for as much as there is none like unto thee, O Lord, thou art great, and thy name is great in might. All right, 44. I want to show you, this is in Jeremiah 10. This is an ancient day. He said, look what they do. They go in there and cut a tree. And we know what the tree is for. They deck it. They silver and gold and all this stuff. The ornaments, you know those balls that they put on there?
Yeah.
You know what those balls, those round orbs stand for? Heads. The bodies, the same heathens that God was talking about. They would kill us, take our heads, and adorn the tree with our heads. Tom Street.
Isaiah 44. Yet now hear, O Yaakov, my servant, and Israel, whom I have chosen.
He did not, God. I'm sorry to be selfish. I'm going to be selfish with my God. I'm going to be selfish with my God. He's saying this to everybody. He ain't saying this to everybody. This ain't for everybody in the world. This ain't for all black people. This is not for everybody. I'm going to make that clear because who he speak to, hear ye this old house of Jacob, which are called by the name of Israel. This is the only people he spoke to. He really didn't care who else don't want to do this. He only going to deal with the people who listen to him. You only going to deal with people who listen to you. You ain't going to have two dogs and one listen and one don't. You're going to get rid of one. Which one you going to get rid of? The one that don't listen. You're going to set them where? Outside. Or kill them. Which God do the same thing. God do the same thing. Tom Sheep.
Thus saith Elohim, that made thee, and that formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Yaakov.
We in Isaiah now.
Yeah, Isaiah 44.
44? What verse you at?
2. Isaiah 44.
Okay, go ahead.
Thus saith Elohim that made thee and formed thee from the womb, which will help thee. Fear not, O Yaakov, my servant.
He said, I'm the one who formed you in the womb. I'm the one that formed you and made you a male or female, or made you twins, or made 3 of you in that room. I'm the one that got you kicking and moving around in there. I'm the one that formed you. You calling on these idols, He said, which will help thee. Fear not, O Jacob, my servant. And thou, Yeshurun, I have chosen. God chose them.
Jacob.
God ain't choose nobody else on the planet.
Right.
No
Okay.
nation.
He only chose them. Tamshi.
For I will pour water upon him that is thirsty, and floods upon the dry ground. I will pour my spirit upon thy seed, and my blessings upon thine
I
offspring.
will pour my spirit upon your seed. As long as you stay my elect and chosen, my spirit gonna be on your seed. You know what that means? Your children gonna be inclined to serve God. It's gonna be easy to teach them about God. It's gonna be easy. They're gonna listen. They're gonna show the effort because God put his spirit on them because of you. That's how it goes. I will pour my spirit upon thy seed and my blessing upon thy offspring.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's not blessed then. That's all I gotta say. It's Tamshi.
And they shall spring up as among the grass, as willows by the watercourses.
Mm-hmm.
One shall say, I am Elohim's, and another shall call himself by the name of Yaakov, and another shall subscribe with his hand unto Elohim.
Okay, go back to that verse again. Read that verse over. You said what?
One shall say, I am Elohim.
He said, look, God is saying, look, you're going to have a group of one. The one is a group of people that move as one. He said, one going to say, I am the Lord's. Who's that? Who's that group of people that say, we are God's people? Mm-hmm. And another shall call himself by the name of Jacob. Mm-hmm. That's Israel. Yeah. Right? He said, and another shall subscribe with his hand unto the Lord and surname himself by the name of Israel. Mm-hmm. The Jewish people, surname. You are not the real ones that you took on and you took the name. That's the Jewish people. Mm-hmm. All right? He said, thus saith the Lord, the King of Israel and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. Check this out, man. Listen to this statement. Mm-hmm. Okay? He said, God is saying this about himself. God is feeling himself right now to the utmost. Let's put it that way. All right? He says, I am the first. He said, I'm the first.
That's right.
Before there was nothing here before the Lord.
That's right.
There was nothing here before the Lord. There was only God and darkness and water. Right. Before anything, it was God, darkness, and water. Mm-hmm. We know what darkness is. We know what water is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's by himself. Mm-hmm. He said, I alone dwell in the thick darkness. That's why he looked at Adam and said, it's not good for him to be alone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, it's not good for us to be alone. It's not good. You know, sometimes you want to be around people. You know what I'm saying? It's not good to be alone. That's why they punish you for putting you alone in jail. They put you in a dungeon, put you away. It does something to a person. So he looked and said, man, God can dwell alone. He don't need no match. Mm-hmm. Okay? But you do. He said, you know what? It's not good for him to be alone. That's why he gave him Eve. Tom Sheep?
Not Lilith?
And I am the last.
I said not Lilith?
No, not Lilith.
No.
Thank you, brother. Make this clear. God made Adam and Eve. Adam is the first man. There was no other man or woman before them. Mm-hmm. People are saying this, and I'll be getting real tight behind me. All right? There were no people before Adam and Eve. Yeah. There is no book or no chapter or no lesson that has an account of anybody living before Adam and then Eve. Right. And there is no Lilith. Mm-hmm. That's a demon. All right? I don't even know if that really exists. They could have made that up too. Because it's Jewish folklore. Folklore is something that tales that people make up, stories that people make up, and they get passed down over the generations and tweaked and changed. Like fairy tales, Aesop's fables. You know what Aesop means? Anonymous. Mm-hmm. We don't even know who made this. Mm-hmm. But you don't even know who made it. Another thing, most of the nursery rhymes, most of the songs for kids are witches songs. Right. There are songs that witches and warlocks used to have their children sing, like London Bridge. Y'all don't even know the story behind why they want London Bridge to fall. There's a reason why London Bridge was falling. And it has to do with the devil and witches. Because they had a big thing. It's a head. Every continent, every world power has a secret devilistic order behind their government. Behind their government that controls the food, controls the entertainment, controls the sports, controls everything, every day. That's why you need to do this so you don't get caught up in it. He said, I am the first.
And I am the last.
And
beside me there is no God.
You hear that? Read it again.
I am the first.
I am the first.
And I am the last.
And I'm the last.
And beside me there is no God.
So there was no other God. There's no other God but God.
And
He said, beside me there ain't no other. There was never another.
Facts.
It was always me. I was here first.
Facts.
And after all of y'all gone,
Facts.
I'll be the last one here.
Facts.
After everything's said and done, I'm gonna still be here like before.
Facts.
And look, there was no in between.
Facts.
There's no mediator. I don't need nobody to speak for me.
Facts.
All right? That's the power of this spoken word. All you gotta do is say it, and it comes into existence with its own name and everything, and knows its purpose. He didn't say, let the light come forward and let the light do this, and the light has to be composed of certain. He didn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say, yo, let the light appear. Boom, he pulled up in front of God. God said, okay. He took the light and he, like I said, like you decorate. You took the sun, put it where it's supposed to be, put the earth here. Okay, look, can't have this too far away because it's gonna get cold. You can't have it too close because it's gonna melt. So you gauge it away. Boom, 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 boom. That's how God made it, man. You gotta believe this, man. You gotta believe this, man. It's beautiful. He's saying, who, as I shall call and shall declare it. You know what that means? Who can declare or make statements that I make?
Right.
Who can say what I say? Who can make declaraments? He said he's the God of all the spirits of flesh. Nobody can say that. Nobody can say that. He said, I'm the one that lasts forever. Nobody can say that. That's why he's letting it be known. He said, and I set it in order. He said, who can do anything and set it in order for me? Like, take my stuff and set it in order.
Who was, who is, and who will be.
You know what I'm saying? He said, since I appointed the ancient people, who it's been like this since these days. I appointed the ancient people. You talking about Adam. You talking about Seth. Talk about Adam. You talking about Enoch. All the way down to Abraham. All the way down to Moses. All the way down to the prophets. All the way down to the Maccabees. And we got to crash the party. There's no more down there. The line stopped. You see how it go? Tamshi?
And the things that are coming and shall come, let them show unto them.
He said, I declare what's going to happen, what's going to come, how it's going to go down. Nobody can change that. He said, fear ye not. He said, don't be afraid. He said, fear ye not, neither be afraid. He said, have not I told thee from that time and have declared it? Ye are even my witnesses.
I already put you on.
He said, I already told you how this go down. You know. He said, those of you that wasn't even there know it. You know it deep down inside. You know this to be true. You my witnesses. You ain't got to prove nothing to none of these heathen out here. We are too busy trying to show the heathen God and impress the heathen. We're supposed to be doing that with God. God gonna bring whoever he wants to follow him. I heard it today twice. He said, I will bring. He said, whoever is holy, I will bring them near to me. So that means you don't have to do that part yourself. God ain't making you holy. He show you, he can tell you how to do it. But you gotta do that yourself. And then he goes, oh wow, look at who we got a holy one here, guys. Check this out. Oh wow, look at what he did. He sacrificed. He stopped doing this and he liked doing that. He stopped doing this and that's the sacrifice. Stop what you like that God don't like.
Right.
That's the sacrifice that they made in order to be in the covenant. That's the covenant. He said, ye are even my witnesses. He said, is there a God beside me?
No.
Yea,
No.
there is no God.
No.
I know not any.
I don't know none.
I get goosebumps every time I read that part.
I don't know.
He said, God said, yo, is there any God beside me?
No.
He said, no, I don't know none. I'm telling you, ain't none, man. Stop bowing down to the idols. Stop following the people that bow down to the idols. It's not right now. Israelites don't go, I don't know, I ain't bowing down to the idol. But you follow the ways of the idol by following the heathen, by following the people, by learning their ways. You bow down to the idol by following the people. Woman, you bow down to the idol when you follow the woman in this country, and these Brooklynites women, and these their ideas. Men, y'all have become so soft. That's why the woman got so hard. That's why it's like that. Man has corrupted and abominated himself as a whole so much that it make the woman rise up now. And you can't tell her nothing. Now you can't tell her nothing. You ain't regulating with this. It's done. It's a corruption. An individual will have to say, you know what? I accept this to be true. Man has to say it. Woman has to say it. You kids got to say it too. Because y'all make declarations too. And y'all grow. Y'all are more. Y'all grow. Y'all mature quicker these days in evil and in wickedness. So yeah, you're in it too. Because you know wickedness. You know it. So it's best for you to get to know this. Counter it. It's the only way you're going to get rid of that. He said, I know not any. He said, they that make a graven image are all of them vanity. And their delectable things shall not profit. Their delectable things. All the things they do, it's not going to be up there. It's going to be for naught. He said, they are their own witnesses. They see not, nor know that they may be ashamed. Who hath formed a god or a molten graven image that is profitable for nothing? He said, all those people that make these things, they make it for nothing. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
Say shalom. Say shalom.
Stay away from the pagan holidays. Instead, we're in that so-called season. Stay away from your family. All your peoples that follow these pagan holidays, it's time to separate and stay away from them around this time. Don't accept no gifts. Don't give gifts. Don't be ashamed of God and his laws. They stand up for theirs, you stand up for yours. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
That's right.